Good evening, my name is Dova, and welcome to Walking and Talking in Video Games. Tonight we will be walking through Skyrim while I gently talk you to sleep, discussing whatever my ADHD brain decides it wants to think about. I'm so glad you're here, and I want you to know that you are safe here, and you are loved. Now, let's get to walking. Okay, so we're picking up where I left off in the last Skyrim Walking and Talking, which is I forgot to go check the name of the inn. Braidwood Inn. I'm not even honestly sure where we are, but oh, and there's a dragon nearby somewhere. That's lovely. I've been sitting here like preparing for the video with Skyrim just running, and that's the first time a dragon has roared. So I guess like he knows we're recording. So good for us, I guess. How have y'all's weeks been since well, actually it's been a couple of weeks since I posted my last Walking and Talking. I haven't had much time to record because these take a while to record. They take several hours, and I haven't had uninterrupted recording time, so I haven't been able, and I've been dying to make another one. Honestly, these videos are kind of like therapy for me, just being able to like talk myself through whatever I'm thinking and feeling at the time, even if it's maybe a little too vulnerable sometimes, but I enjoy it. So here we are back to my own personal therapy section that you get to listen in on. But I hope that y'all have had a wonderful few weeks, and oh, there's the dragon. He's over there, off in the distance. Scary. That reminds me, I was talking to a friend recently about my love for dragons and the fact that in Skyrim you have to kill the dragons. And my friend was asking if that bothered me. Like, if killing the dragons, since I love dragons so much, like hurt my soul to do. And I'm not really sure why, but I don't really mind it. Like, I think the dragons are awesome and I do love them. Technically they're wyverns, but that's a little too nerdy. But well, okay, so just to explain, wyverns have 2 legs and 2 wings, whereas dragons have 4 legs and 2 wings. So technically the Skyrim dragons are wyverns, but that doesn't bug me. Not like it did in high school whenever I was trying to be like mega nerd. Oh, mammoths. We gotta watch out for the giants that might be nearby. So yeah, to get back to the story, I don't... Who is this guy? Killing the dragons doesn't bother me. I don't even really know why it doesn't bother me. But, I don't know, I mean, they're naughty boys, so... Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Oh, I wonder if I still have I forgot to set the invisible command. Maybe it's still set.
I am waiting for a good death.
Wait, why don't you like me? What did I do to you? What? Am I crouching? Yes, oh I was.
If you are not here to grant me a good death, then you can leave. Yes, were I to simply lay down and die, it would not please Malakath.
Why do you wish to die, sir?
My time has come. I am old. Too old to become chief. It would be wrong for me to take wives at this age. So I will die.
You have nothing else to do?
Malakath has given me a vision of a glorious death. I am to wait here until it finds me. As you can see, it has not yet arrived.
Oh, imagine that. You don't look that old to me. Certainly you're still a strong, capable warrior.
Indeed. One should find his death while he can still call himself a proper man.
Well, how old are you, like 40s?
We men are not like these Nords and Imperials who carry on until they are gray and feeble and their hair falls out. To cling to something past its usefulness is unseemly. How much more so when that thing is you?
That's such a way to talk about human, well, not human, but to talk about life. It seems there's no talking you out of this.
You should leave. I
Oh,
don't want you scaring off my good death.
okay. Rude. Good luck. Best of luck. Maybe I'll come back. Whoa. Did you kill these? Dude. That could have been the good death that you were looking. Oh, that's a horrible way to die. Ugh, anyway, let's move on to more positive topics. Sometimes the roads in Skyrim are hard to tell where exactly they are. These are okay, because these... Oh shoot, I do not have the invisible... Or do I? He's not attacked. Oh, nope, nope, nope. Okay, let me take care of this real quick. Okay, took care of that, and I think that dragonfly just pushed me. And I turned off the AI detection, so hopefully enemies will not see me, which makes me... Why did the wolf see me and the giant walked right past me? Because usually they're aggressive on sight, right? Well, I guess I should test to make sure that this worked properly. Let me see. Let me walk up to this giant and see what he says. Or what he does. He wouldn't talk to me. Oh, yikes. That looks painful. Hello. He clearly notices me, but doesn't notice me. So I guess it worked, because he would be attacking me otherwise. Did y'all know that the giants were designed after someone on the Skyrim team's dad? Like, the face that they used for the giants is modeled after that person's dad's face. That's so cool. He's immortalized in the video game. It's awesome. So yeah, I guess that the toggling AI detection worked properly, so that's good. Now I just have to find the... Oh, no. Now I just have to find the road again. Oh. There it is. I'm so tempted to pick up stuff, but I don't want it to make those annoying noises. So I'll just come back for it later. We'll just keep taking a leisurely stroll. So for this walking and talking video, I pulled up a random topic generator. So if I run out of things to say, I'm going to switch screens and pull up a random topic. I have it set to pull up 3 topics at a time, and then I'll like pick one out of the 3. Some things I just have not much to say about them, but I will do my best to at least one out of the 3 ramble about that topic as much as I can. If it pulls up cheese, I will talk about all my favorite cheeses and how I named raptors after cheese in Ark, and you know, whatever the heck else I can think of. But until then, I will just talk to you about whatever pops into my brain. Which, for some reason, talking about cheese reminded me of the Renaissance Festival. I have no idea why, because I don't think I've specifically eaten cheese at the Renaissance Festival, but the Renaissance Festival is so funny. At least the one in, like, the big Texas one in Houston is awesome, because not only is it huge, but I think I've wandered off the path. But anyway, all the food that they sell there is on a stick, so you can walk around and eat it, which is genius, especially since whenever you get a table, or whenever you get something that like needs to be eaten at a table, there's very rarely actually tables available because there's so many people there. So they give you, you know, your cheesecake on a stick, of course, the corn dog on a stick. I like to get the chocolate covered strawberries on a stick. Whatever you can imagine. Fried Oreos on a stick. Whatever you can imagine, they put it on a stick. I don't know how they do. You know what? It kind of reminds me of in iCarly, whenever, what was his name? T-Bone had tacos on a stick, and no one knew how he did it because tacos just break when you try to put them on a stick. He's Awesome. That was a good show. Let's go in here and see what we can find. So I've been feeling, this is completely off topic, but I've been feeling a lot of unnecessary anxiety. I think it's intrusive thoughts, and oh, I guess this door is locked. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh well. But yeah, so I've been having a lot of intrusive thoughts lately about, like, nothing too crazy, just like whenever something feels like it's going right in my life, my brain just goes, well, what if it could go horribly wrong instead? And then whenever I push one thought away, my brain goes, well, what if it went horribly wrong in this way? And then it just keeps spiraling. Like, as something as simple as if I almost step on my dog's toe, for example, my brain goes to, well, you know, you're wearing boots. You could have absolutely like obliterated her toe, broken it, and then you'd have to go to the emergency vet right now, even though you're going to be late for work and blah, blah, blah. It just goes to the worst possible outcome. And I don't know why my brain just spirals like that, but it is so annoying. And I actually had to stop and have a conversation with myself today because it was spiraling about something else, and there's something specific that's been happening in my life where my brain has been coming up with constant ways that it could go horribly wrong. And so I finally had to stop and have a conversation with myself today about, and like yell at my brain and say, "Listen, it's okay if things don't work out. It's gonna be okay. We will survive. We've survived everything up to this point. It's gonna be okay. Stop spiraling." And I don't know if my brain will listen, but we'll see. I went outside and I sometimes I have to do like physical things in order to deal with my mental self. So as a sort of visualization exercise today, I went outside and I like visualized, like imagined pulling these emotions from my chest and then hurling them out into the wild. And hopefully that helps. In the moment, it felt like it helped, but I don't know. I feel like in my brain, I know that I'm one thought away from spiraling again. So we'll see. It's hard. It's hard to fight your brain whenever it really wants to go in one specific direction. I don't know. Especially when your anxiety is founded in past experiences or realistic things that actually could happen. Like with my dog and her toes. Could I break her toe by stepping on it with my boot? Sure, maybe. Possibly, potentially. However, is that likely to happen? No. No. I don't weigh that much. It's not like my boots have steel bottoms. And I would more than likely notice, as I have, before I put all my weight on her. And so it just doesn't make sense for me to think about things that haven't happened. But at the same time, thinking about things that haven't happened is how you prepare for things that could happen. So it's kind of a hard balance. Sorry, I've been walking around this specific area because I really wanted to talk to these guys. But I don't know why they're staring at this wall when she's staring at the path. Oh. Okay, I guess since I turned the AI off, they aren't talking to me. I must have used a different command last time because last time they still talked to me. Oh, I can't turn my camera to the right. That's really weird. Why can't I turn my camera? There we go. Oh, I'm like stuck. It thinks I'm stuck in conversation. Oh my gosh, you gotta be kidding me. This is lovely. So this is what the camera does whenever you're in a conversation. It doesn't let you move it too far, and it kind of slows down and then stops. And that's what it's doing outside of conversation for some reason. So I can't... Alright, time to quit Skyrim and try again. I'll be right back one more time. Alright, good news, we're free again. Looks like she's looking at me. Oh, no, she's not. I can once more turn my camera 360 degrees. Thank God. So we're back on this... Wait, which way did I come from? I think I came from... I think I'm going this way. If not, well, oh well. We'll figure it out. I, like, never follow the path properly whenever I'm playing Skyrim. Whenever I first played Skyrim, like, my first playthrough ever, I did not know that fast traveling was a thing, so I traveled on foot everywhere for like my first 20 hours into the game, which meant that I unlocked a lot of random sites around the map, which was nice. I didn't take the road then either because I just walked in straight lines. What is going on here?
Come along, no more stops. We need to find our way to Solitude.
It looks like you're stopping to me. Whatever makes you happy. Why are they all... The cats did this too. Why are they just looking at nothing? What is he looking at? Just the rocks and plants and stuff. Okay, well. Whatever makes you happy, dude. We will continue along our journey. But yeah, so I unlocked tons of random camps and stuff along the roads. Or, not along the roads, but around the map. And the next time I had a playthrough... Ooh, he's got, you know, pretty yellow eyes. I wish the wolves looked a little better. A little less angled. I don't know. I mean, they look cool, I guess. But anyway, what was I saying? Sorry, my bad. Oh, but yeah, so for my second playthrough ever, I was originally going to do the same thing because I was like, well, I unlocked so many places which made fast traveling later on so convenient. But I just did not have the patience. Now that I knew that fast traveling existed, I did not have the patience to walk everywhere. And I had a horse too in my first playthrough because I had played Skyrim on a friend's recommendation. And so anytime a major decision came along, I like asked him, like, what should I do? Like, should I join the Stormcloaks or Imperials? Should I join the Companions? Should I buy a horse? And whenever I asked him if I should buy a horse, I was actually honestly expecting him to say no because it seemed like maybe like a vanity item. Because I wanted a horse because I like having pets in games, but because a horse is 1,000 coins and I had just started and 1,000 coins was a lot to me at the time, I was thinking, well, it's probably not worth it, probably like a late game thing or something. I can earn 1,000 coins a lot more easily nowadays, but I didn't really know what I was doing back then. But to my surprise, he said, yes, you should absolutely buy a horse. They help so much with traveling. And he was right, especially when it comes to vertical traveling. Those things can climb a straight 90-degree wall. I never noticed that the elk's noses are like that. If I don't know how to explain, kind of bulbous. And his horns look like they're made of gold. I've never been this close to an elk. Very cool, very neat. I saw a picture recently of reindeer, and they were super short. Are reindeer that short? I mean, they've got to have long legs, because otherwise how could they pull Santa's sleigh? Just doesn't make any sense. I need graphics mods when I have a PC that can handle it. I think I need to get a new graphics card. Mine is a 1060, and I think we're up to 5060 now, so I could probably at least get a 4060 for not too terrible of a price. I mean, whenever I got my PC, it was 2020 when finding graphics cards and stuff was impossible without spending thousands of dollars. Oh gosh, what happened here? Everywhere you go, there's not so alive people. Jeez. Well, might as well check and see. No, what am I doing? Sorry, I know I said I wouldn't pick stuff up because of the random sounds, but I don't know, I just get excited when I see a chest. Which way did I come from? Which way did I go? Which way did I come from, Cotton Eye Joe? I feel like I came up the mountain, so let's go continue up the mountain. Yeah, I think that's a new deer. Yes, because I don't recognize those cottages either. Okay, we're making progress. Also, the sky is much more sunny out than it was whenever we first started, and it was snowing. I was watching Doug stream the other day, and he was streaming, can you complete Skyrim faction quests without touching snow? Unfortunately, I didn't get to finish the stream because it was 6 hours long and I had a life to live. But I wonder if he accomplished that feat. Shall we check on this guy and see what he's making? Let's do it. A sword. Iron? Iron sword? There's a lot of sparks flying. You keep at it, buddy. You're doing a good job. That water is not water. It's frozen or gel or something. Huh. Even the forge is more alive than this water. Hello, Mr. Chicken. Oh, wrong button, sorry. And that eye is... no brain behind those eyes. Sorry, I'm trying to move the camera a little more slowly, so it's a little more peaceful, and I just keep forgetting. What a beautiful game, though. So many trees and mountains and random plants. There's so much detail. It's insane. I wonder whose fort this is. I bet we can just walk right in and nobody will stop us. I like how they've got barricades, but they left one side completely open anyway. What I used to do in my first game was whenever I would come to places like this where it's just non-stop killing, I would just turn into a werewolf and slaughter everything. But then you can't loot bodies, which is really annoying. She's not even actually doing anything. She's just staring at the corner. She must be in trouble. She's staring at the corner. Yeah, I guess these are bandits. Let's see who's up here. I thought she had a 5 o'clock shadow for a second. She is not the prettiest lady, is she? You know what? She'd be... if she had like a mask, like a face mask, one that goes on your lower face, I think she'd be a lot prettier. Because she's got nice eyes. But oh my gosh. Something about the expression, too, is just Again, no thoughts behind those eyes. Moving on. Imagine how much more chaotic this would be if they knew that we were here. Someone's cooking. He's sitting. You know, what if you get shot in the chest? You have no protection. What is that? Is he a wood elf? Oh, there's like hardly any wood elves in this game. Nice. My people. This is a nice view. I can see why you wanted to sit up here. I have had... Every time I find a new song, it just gets stuck in my head, and I have to play it over and over again. And I know a lot of us are like that, where we have to play this new song over and over again. But oh my gosh, that's like all my brain wants to do. I can't get it out of my head, and my brain is just playing this one line from this new song that I found on repeat, and it will not stop. Look at all these leaves. Pretty. And I don't know how to make it stop. Because listening to the song doesn't help, listening to other songs doesn't help, singing the song doesn't help. I mean, it helps in the way that I like enjoy listening and singing, but yeah, it's just stays stuck in my head. Which isn't the worst thing in the world. There's definitely worse things that you can have playing and replaying in your head. Especially, and it's a good song, it's not like an annoying song. Oh my gosh, whenever I first heard years and years ago, whenever I first heard that little Baby Yoda song on TikTok, that stayed in my head for a long, long time. That was an annoying one. Or the Gummy Bear song. Or... No, probably better to not keep thinking of annoying songs. Sorry if I got any of those stuck in your head. Love you. Where are we now? Oh, is this Riften? We walked all the way to Riften? I wonder if we can walk right in. Yes, without him stopping us, because he usually... Oh, but it's locked. Is there another way in? Does Riften have a back entrance? I don't actually know. Man, somebody needs to clean these walls. Oh, I got a funny comment the other day on one of my walking and talking videos where somebody said that they woke up in the middle of the video half asleep and thought that they were on a call with their friend. So they were just saying, yeah, uh-huh. And that comment made me laugh so hard. And I think that that's a good thing because evidently I was able to put them to sleep, and my goal for these is to make it feel kind of like a phone call where I'm just a friend talking and telling you about my life and giving you something to listen to as you fall asleep. So that made me happy, but it was really funny. And if that was you who made that comment, thank you for commenting that. I found it hilarious. Let's see. I know this garden. And I know that casket. However, in this playthrough, I have not even begun the Thieves Guild quest. So, I think this is the first time that I've gotten to Riften and entered for the first time through a different entrance than the main one. Because I always deal with that dumb guard out front who wants to intimidate you into giving him money. I'm the listener now. No, that's Dark Brotherhood. I'm the harbinger now. Ah, the Nightingale armor is so cool for the Thieves Guild quest. That is like my dream cosplay right there, is the Nightingale armor. It's so pretty. Ever since I saw someone on Pinterest wearing it out in the snow, taking awesome pictures, looking super pretty and super badass, I have wanted that armor. And one day I will have it. But for now, there are more important things that I need to spend my money on and save up for. So it'll have to wait until I'm...
Borrowed the money, you said you'd pay it back on time and for double
Ooh.
the usual fee.
Are you gonna respond? Guess not. In my first ever playthrough, so this girl, her name is Sapphire, and in my first ever playthrough, she somehow died. I think that thieves attacked the town or something, and she somehow died. I don't think it was my fault. I mean, who knows, but I don't think it was my fault. So I looted her body, and what do you know? She had a sapphire on her body. Imagine that. That was it. There wasn't much other point to that story. But thanks for listening anyway. Let's explore all the nooks and crannies and... Oop. Oh. That was just a circle. What's in here? Interesting. It opens... Oh. Okay. It opens immediately to an upstairs and a downstairs. That's interesting. Who is this guy? Why are all these people just staring at nothing? They don't move around and have lives when nobody's watching? What is this letter? Bully, I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but your suspicions are likely correct. I've been following Nivenor as you requested, and I'm fairly certain that she's had extramarital relationships with more than one individual within Riften. I have yet to obtain proof of her adultery, so please do not confront her with this information until I've secured it. I'll waive the usual charges for now, but expect full payment once... hello? The page isn't turning. Oh well. We can assume what it says. Oh, okay, so it turned... So my mod that makes unread books glow apparently also works on letters. But it made it like dark instead of glowing. I was wondering why it was dark. Oh, here's some more books. Olaf and the Dragon by Andonato Liatelli. One of the more colorful legends in Nord folklore is the tale of Olaf One-Eye and Numenex. Long ago in the First Age, a fearsome dragon named Numenex ravaged the whole of Skyrim. The dreadful drake wiped out entire villages, burned cities, and killed countless Nords. It seemed that no power in Tamriel could stop the monster. Ooh, this looks like a spicy story. And long. I like how when you flip the page, the new page just comes out of nowhere. Like, it doesn't... It looks like... Because the pages don't change. If that made any sense. Okay. Ooh, you have a chest. It's not like you can see what I'm doing anyway, so might as well just take it. No, I'm sorry. That's cheating. Let's continue. Let's see what's downstairs. So is... Based on that letter, is this girl the adulterer? I mean, she does have shifty eyes. No, I don't know. I don't know. Ooh, a cellar. Cellar? I don't even know her. Haha. Sorry. I'm tired. Yeah, well, there's not too much else that's interesting in this house, so I guess we'll move on. Oh, I know who these people are. She's Mule the lioness. And why is something looks off about her when you look at her profile? Like just half of her face. But if you look at her from the front, she looks okay. But I don't know. Maybe it's like the ridge of her nose comes out too far or something. Or her lip. I don't know. Something about her. From the front, she looks okay. Maybe that's just how Skyrim people are. I've never really paid much attention. Well, because they're usually looking straight at me, so. Now that I think about it, once I turned the AI detection off, the giant was the only one who followed my movements with his head. The others just don't even see me. And it is so quiet in this town when no one sees you. Even they only had part of a conversation before going silent. It's weird. It's really weird. Ooh. Not looking too good, buddy. And see, these... Oh, I thought he had necklaces on his table for some reason, but I guess not. Well, these wines that I'm sure he's got for sale, I could just take them, and he would never know. They would just disappear right in front of his eyes. He wouldn't even react. Come on, don't these people live their lives when there's no camera on them? I guess not. But that's crazy to me. I thought that the AI would still do what it does, even when... Huh. So I guess maybe what the... Because the command that I used was TAI, which is... like toggle AI, I guess. And I thought that that would just toggle their ability to detect me, but it's almost like it toggles their ability to even function, except for this guy who's actually, you know, doing something. The other ones are just standing around, staring at nothing, and... It's weird. Maybe we leave the town. It's a little creepy. Actually, let's go into the orphanage real quick while we're here. Where was it again? Wait, shoot, where was it? I'm just walking in circles at this point. It's that building, right? I'm pretty sure. Yes. Honor Hall Orphanage. Let's see if they do anything. Yes, Grelid. They're not doing anything.
Those who
Oh,
shirk
they
their
are.
duties will get an extra beating. Do I make myself clear?
And there it is. The conversation stopped. Why did it stop? Ooh, she is ugly. Who did your makeup, ma'am? It's not looking too hot. Oh, she looks angry. Oh my gosh. Why is she so mad? I thought she'd be like scared. You know what? The boys, I kind of hate their hair. It's like weird. It reveals too much of their forehead. I don't know. Anyway, let's maybe leave Riften. It's kind of creepy when there's no one's doing anything, no one's talking. They're all just standing around. Okay, so now what happens if I go out the front gate despite the fact that it was locked earlier? Let's find out.
I had another run-in with...
Oh, dang it. Someone finally talked. Not that her partner would have responded, but... Inns are a great place to pick up rumors. Oh, I actually made it out. Okay, so... Oh! The guard that would have intimidated me here is gone. So I... cheated. Well, let's sit... I can't sit in the chair. Come on. You know what? Let's grab a horse. Who's gonna stop us? Okay. Okay. So I guess I just can't interact with... Oh, because the horses have AI of their own, so... Maybe that's why I can't... Oop, sorry. Did not mean to do that. Wow, okay. So we're just gonna be on foot. But wow, look at this sunset. Ooh. It's beautiful. Maybe we just sit by the lake for a while and enjoy the peace. Let me think if there's any stories that I could tell you. Let me pull up my story list. I know I said I would use the random topic generator, but I have so many stories on my list of storytime video ideas, so I might as well talk about one of those. Here's a good one. So I have a tendency, not an intentional tendency, but a tendency nonetheless, to hold grudges, and I wish that I didn't, because sometimes it just kind of consumes me, but sometimes they're just silly. So there was this one time I went to Taco Bell with a friend, and I got my first ever Taco Bell chalupa. I didn't even know what a chalupa was, but I got one for the first time, and I had gotten it in a box combo, so there were other things in the box, and I ended up getting full on the other things and didn't get a chance to eat my chalupa. So I brought it home, put it in the fridge, and this was a home that I shared with roommates. So it's in there one night, and then the next day when I go to eat my chalupa, it's gone. And so I texted our roommate group chat, and I was like, hey, does anybody know, like, what happened to the Taco Bell that was in the fridge? And then my roommate goes, oh, I threw it away. And I was like, girl, what? It was in there one day. And she was like, yeah, I was cleaning out the fridge and I thought that it had been there for a while. I was like, you couldn't have freaking asked. So she said that she would buy me a new one. And guess what? She never did. Oh, forgot about that. So I never got my replacement chalupa. And it's such a silly thing to hold a grudge about. And I'm not, like, mad anymore. And, well, actually, there were other things that happened with that roommate that are much more worth being upset about. But that was, like, my petty grudge. Like, what the heck? My chalupa. But whatever. I did have, since then, gotten a chance to try a chalupa from Taco Bell. And you know what? They are delicious. They lived up to the hype. But I like to get it, well, of course, I always get the chicken chalupa because the cubed chicken that they put in them is better, in my opinion, than, well, I like the beef, but I like it best with crunchy tacos. So if in my chalupa, I prefer the chicken. And then I also get it without sour cream because I've never liked sour cream, although I am very recently starting to somewhat enjoy it, so in specific things at least. So you know what? I'm making progress. I'm advancing, furthering my palate, if you will. So, yay me. What is this building? Is this Honningbrew Meadery? Or Blackbriar Meadery? Or one of the meaderies? No, I think Honningbrew is somewhere else. Oh, no, this is the one with the bees, right? From that one quest. I think. I don't know. I don't remember. But anyway, I might as well just tell you about the other things that happened with that roommate. So we're gonna into some drama here. So hold tight. So she, in our last month of living together, um, brought her sister to come live with us for the entire month. She didn't help pay any part of the rent. She didn't help pay any part of the bills. The rent I was fine with, but the bills, like, she was, oh, that's locked. She was, using the utilities too, and for things that don't change price, like the rent and the Wi-Fi, like, that's fine. But for things that, like, do change price with use, she should, the water and electricity, she should pay for the amount of that she's using. Like, we shouldn't all have to cover her living for free. She's not my sister. Why should I care about? You know what I mean? So that upset me. And then actually I was gonna move out a month early because, oh, my controller stopped working. Oh, there we go. So it was just like stuck walking forward and I couldn't use the camera. Oh, it's still not working. But anyway, yeah, so I was gonna move out a month early because I had another place to stay, or because the place that we were moving to, or that I was moving to with two other girls who I wasn't living with at the time, was gonna be available in June, whereas my lease didn't end until, no, sorry, it wasn't gonna be available, or it was, oh my gosh. It was gonna be available in June, but my lease didn't end until July. So, I was gonna move there a month early, especially since I had also just gotten a dog, and the house that I did live in didn't allow dogs, and like my one roommate was threatening me, that like I had to be out or the dog had to be out, which, not cool, but at the same time I do understand her perspective, and I should have waited, but like also, I don't know, me, the 2 out of 4 of the girls, well, there were 4 of us, including me. The one that I shared a room with, she was cool. She's awesome. I'm still, like, friends with her, and not, like, I haven't talked to her really in years, but like, she's cool. We're on good terms. But the other 2, just all sorts of stuff happened. So I was gonna move out a month early, and then I told her I'm not paying, like, I'll pay for the Wi-Fi and the rent, because those are static, but I'm not paying for the electricity or the water, because those I'm not going to pay for something that only, like, me not using electricity and water means that the bill is going to go down, so like I'm not paying for stuff that I'm not using, and since your sister is there anyway, she can pay for it. Oh. Who just said that? Anyway, so, yeah, and then she got super pissed off at me, so she came up to my room and she was like, well, I mean, obviously I can't force you to pay, but, like, you should. And I was like, girl, you are being ridiculous right now. But then, whenever I tried to move into the new place, it wasn't even actually ready. There was so much, like, it wasn't cleaned, and it needed a bunch of, like, maintenance, and so I told the landlord, you have to fix this, it's not ready for moving, and that landlord ended up sucking. We had to leave that lease halfway through because it got overrun with rats, and he wasn't doing what he needed to do. Like, it needed to be fumigated, because we did we did all sorts of traps, and he tried these, like, sonic, like, sound wave things that were supposed to repel no, none of it worked. Of course, it needed to be fumigated or something. And I don't like using traps and stuff because, rats are living creatures with souls and they need to be dealt with humanely. However, they were eating our food and trashing everything, so something had to be done. But anyway, back to the original story. So there was all sorts of stuff that needed to be done in that house before it was ready to be moved into. So I did end up having to live in my other house for an extra week, and because I was there for an extra week, I just ended up paying the bills for the whole month, and I don't know, it was such a frustrating situation. But then, because I had made the mistake of trusting my future roommate with the information that I told Maria that I wasn't gonna pay the bills at the old house, my new roommate told me that she wasn't, and I thought she was like on my side and like we were good and like she had my back. But then she goes, well, because she was working at a camp for the summer, so she was like, well, since I'm not going to be living there for 2 months, you can pay the bills and the rent since I'm not going to be living there. And our third roommate, because there were only three of us in that house, our third roommate also wasn't living there. And so, like, living there yet. So the same deal went for her. Like, so that was super frustrating. But in my head, I was just thinking, well, I mean, what am I going to do? I just got finished telling her about how, like, what I told Maria about not paying for the water and electricity at the other house. So she, like, pulled my own move on me. And what am I supposed to do? So I was just like, okay, I guess. And so I ended up paying the utilities at both houses for that month because I had spent the 1 week at the first house and then wasn't able to move into the second house. But then oh my gosh, it was just so frustrating. Thankfully, after we demanded that the landlord prorate our rent to cover the few days that we weren't able to move in, or the week that we weren't able to move in, which he tried to negotiate it down to a few days, and we were like, no, we weren't able to live there for a week, so you're gonna take off a week of the rent. I mean, what the hell? He can afford it. Fuck that guy. Sorry, excuse my potty mouth, but I mean, what the hell? So I'm like getting fired up talking about this, but so that was just a total mess. And then it was just me and my new dog, lonely at the new house, and I'm just getting like negative feelings thinking back on all of this. And things with me and the new roommates. Well, the roommate that I knew, the one that I had trusted, that I shouldn't have, I knew her previously, like we were friends previously. And when we lived together our first year in college, things were great. But when we lived together that year and the next year, because we did live together 2 years this time, it ended up really not great. But the girl that she brought in that I didn't know until she lived with us, things were awesome with her. We became way closer than me and the other girl that I had known before. So she was like my best friend in that city. Or in that town. Wait, is this the path? I guess so. But by the time our time together ended and she had moved, so what happened was, my controller stopped working again. What happened was she got a new job and she started hanging around, and I'm not like a prude, I guess, and I don't mean like a sexual prude, but like I don't care if you drink and party and stuff. But so her new like coworkers who like became her friends, and I'm glad she was making new friends, were drinkers and partiers. And that's fine. Like, I'm happy to see people having fun and exploring themselves, and if they're not used to partying and they start partying and end up enjoying it, that's great. Whose horse is that? Whose horse is that? That was a terrible accent, sorry. However, the problem was she ended up, like, her attitude and personality totally changed and she just became a very negative person. So my relationship with her unfortunately kind of crashed and burned. And so I ended that living experience not being friends with either of them anymore. But it is what it is. And I just don't need negative people in my life. Where's the trigger for that? Oh. Okay, I wanted to test and see if it was like included in the AI thing. I didn't think it would be. I figured it would work, and it did. So I'm glad it didn't actually hurt me. Is this the vampire cave? Look at their eyes. No, she's not a vampire, but are there? I feel like there are vampires further in. Eating Skaver seems like a bad idea, because it seems like they'd be diseased. But yeah, so that was... There's some of my college experience for you to enjoy. Whoa. There's a lot of not so alive people in here. Oh, it is the vampire cave. She is 100% a vampire. Look at those eyes. Okay, let's go farther in. Let's see what there is here to be explored. Oh, yep, caskets. A chest. Oh, that's it for this room. Oh, another vampire? Yeah, no, he looks like a normal guy. I mean, his eyes are red, but they're not glowing like the other girl. Maybe he's an initiate. I guess we have to go down. What about her? Her eyes. What is with her face? My gosh. These people are kind of ugly. I think that's a book that levels up your stats, but I won't touch it because that sound is going to be loud. We're going spelunking. Oh. Wait, is this the exit? No, okay. Here we go, here we go. Oh my gosh, my controller again. Dude, what is up with this thing? Let's see what there is to see here. Ooh, spiders. Sorry. That's probably not something you want to see when you're trying to relax. But yeah, that's the tea. What's some other tea I can give you? Oh, so whenever I used to work at this vet clinic, things were all well and good when I started working there. And I only worked there for a total of 6 months, but that's plenty of time for things to go horribly wrong, I guess. So whenever I started working there, everyone was super welcoming and nice, and there were actually like 4 of us that kind of started around the same time. So there was this girl there. I'll call her just a... As much as she didn't respect me, I will respect her privacy. That girl looks exactly like the other girl. Anyway, I will respect her privacy and call her Kate. So, Kate, not real name. This is like a Reddit story. Oh my gosh, Clavicus Vile! Wait, that's his name, right? Wait, what's his name? It's not Barnabas. Talking Dog. I did not realize that was where I was. Huh, cool. I guess I'll come back here oh man. I'll come back here another time. There's a way that you can get both his mask and his... What is the other thing? It's like a weapon or something. There's a way that you can get both by using like I think it's the slow time shout or something to like... You like give... I forgot the sequence of events, but like you like give him the thing, but then you take it back real fast, use the slow time shout, and then like run out of here before run out of here before these wait, there we go. Before these things like close, and I don't know, I don't remember how it works, but there's a way. There's a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. So but yeah, so Kate, this girl that was a veterinary technician, which is what I also was, which is like, if you don't know what that is, it's basically like a nurse for vets. So she was nice to all of us newbies at the beginning, but then she got pregnant. And I have bad luck with pregnant women treating me like shit for some reason, but she got pregnant, and our boss was saying it was the hormones. Like, our female boss was saying that it was the hormones, but I don't know. I don't know. So she started treating us horribly, like totally bullying us, but not in an obvious way where it was like she wasn't going up to us and saying like, "You're an idiot, you're ugly," but she was like just treating us poorly, treating us like we were incompetent, and putting us in bad situations. So she ended up getting let go because of that, and which I appreciated that our boss actually stuck up for us. And not that I wanted her to get let go when she was pregnant, because I'm being pregnant in America is so expensive. But she couldn't get away with treating us so horribly, so it was what it was, I guess. So she got let go, and I think we're back at Helgen. Yeah. Oh god, that's awful. So she got let go, but man, that was miserable. And then even one of the veterinarians was like, she made me anxious because she would always be super nice to the customers, but then as soon as we went into the back, like, we would leave the customer and their dog in the exam room, and then we would go into like the back and get medicine or whatever, she would talk shit about every single one. And so that, like, whenever I would bring my own dog in for veterinary care, I would be so terrified that she was saying the same stuff about me. Like, as soon as, like, I was even, like, a week too late on her vaccinations or something, I'd be like, oh my gosh, Dr. D is gonna be talking shit about me in the back and blah blah blah. Ugh, it made me so anxious. And it's so, like, just rude. Jeez, I can't. I might have to just not use the controller because it's. No, now it's frozen? I don't know what's happening. But, so you never know. Your vet might be. Not to give you a new thing to be anxious about, but your vet might be talking shit about you behind your back, and you'd probably never know. But since you'll never know, it doesn't matter. Just take good care of your animals and take them into the vet whenever you need to take them into the vet. And it's so crazy because she was so sweet to the customers. You never would have guessed that she was back there talking about how blah 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 owner is a terrible owner and their poor dog, blah blah blah. Ugh. And obviously, don't be a terrible owner. Take care of your animals, and then they won't have reason.
Over here.
What? What? Was it these people?
That's close enough, fool.
Oh, it was.
Now you die.
Vampires. Or now I don't die. Now I just keep walking, actually. Oops, someone else on the road. Is this? Wait a minute, it's Fondle! What are you doing outside of Riverwood? Huh, now he's stuck there. Wait, would he have gotten into a fight with the vampires? Keep walking, keep walking. Please keep walking. I'm sorry I stopped you. I'm sorry. Ugh. Oh well. Sorry if you can hear the clicking of the sticks of my controller against the plastic. Ay, ay. Oh, and you know what? Speaking of grudges, there's another one that involves roommates. So whenever we got... Oh, this one infuriates me too. Me? It infuriates me? What? It infuriates me too, also. And I probably shouldn't be talking about it because it makes me mad and I don't want to feel mad. But in the spirit of giving you all the tea, I will tell you. So, get ready, boys and girls. I lived in this place that had property managers, like a real estate company, realtor? This company would manage properties for landlords. And, for one thing, fuck landlords, but for another thing, this company, like our representative at this company for our house was super, super sweet at first. But as soon as we moved out of the house, she, of course, as they are, was 100% on the side of the landlord for everything, you know, squeezing every last penny for his sake and blah, blah, blah. So they charged us for a bunch of bullshit stuff that meant that we only got $50 of our $1,400 deposit back. That is absolutely ridiculous. And then we had to split that's $50 total, not per person. So we had to split that $50 three ways and only come home with like $17 out of our... We had each put in it was a $1,200 deposit. We had each put in $400. Oh, no wonder Fondle was over there. This is Riverwood. Oh, and for some reason, my roommates didn't care to fight it. Like, they were just like, whatever, we'll just take our $17. Like, why? That's a lot of money to college students who don't have money. So that really sucked, and I was so angry and upset that my roommates, like, wouldn't fight it with me, and I couldn't do anything by myself. Maybe I could have done something, but, like, without backup from the two other people who lived in the house, what was I gonna do? And I didn't know I couldn't afford a lawyer, and I didn't know the first thing about doing... And my other roommate did know a lawyer, or someone in the legal field at least, who had helped us with something else. So she had someone that she could have gone to, and so that just made me so upset, because they wouldn't even tell us what they were charging us for, because they listed it under, like, general maintenance and landscaping, and whenever I asked for an itemized list, they just sent general maintenance and landscaping, and they wouldn't actually tell us the list of things. And I was also frustrated because one of my roommates they told us we could only use, like, pins, like small pins to hang stuff up. And my roommate had drilled into the wall to hang up curtain rods and left horrible damage because the rods had, like, this circular plate that you, like, screwed in the wall. And the plate, I don't know if she'd screwed it in too hard or something, but there were circular indentations in the wall. So it was totally messed up. And I know that not only did we get charged for stuff that, like, way too much for a house that we left that was perfectly fine, and the landscaping charges were bullshit because that yard was horrible, full of holes and full of weeds whenever we got there. And my one roommate's dog had dug a few new holes, but honestly, with how many holes there already were, you couldn't even tell us. Oh, no, you're gonna drown. Sorry, I didn't mean to gasp, and that's a little too exciting for our sleep video. But I don't know, I'm just like fired up right now. So, uh, yeah, the landscape charges were bullshit. All the charges were bullshit, but also for the charges that weren't, or for like the parts of it that we would have gotten charged anyway, we had to pay for the one roommate who thought that she was gonna ignore the rules and mess up the entire wall. And that made me so angry. So angry. But yeah, if you're awake, please tell me about your bad roommate experiences so I can feel a little less alone. Because every time I've had so many people say to me that they had like great roommates, no bad experiences, or maybe like one bad experience, maybe two, but like nothing crazy. But it feels like everyone that well, and I know like it. So I'm not self-aware. Like I know that a lot if it seems like everyone is the problem, then really it's probably you that's the problem. So I don't know. Maybe it is me, but these things just feel like very blatantly like, and I definitely am not a perfect roommate. I'll be the first to admit that. However, I know that it wasn't all my fault. Oh, so I've had some not great roommate experiences. Yeah. This all started by me talking about a chalupa. And we've gotten here. Ooh. If I jump off, oh no! Ooh. I was gonna say if I jumped off I would certainly die. But I lived. And I didn't mean to. It was because I stepped off. That's why I lived. If I had jumped off, I would have died. That's how that works. I don't know where the path went, and it's super snowy again. Blizzardy, even, if you will. I'll just wander until I find a new path. I'll probably turn around and just go back the way that I came, but what's the fun in that? Is this a path? I don't think so. I don't know, there's some rocks, but it's not like road rocks. I've been trying to think about other games that I could do this type of video in, and I'm not really sure, because it's gotta be an open world game, right? And I'd love to do like Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom, but I don't have a capture card for my Switch. I mean, actually, you know what? It would only be like 20 bucks, I think, to get a cheap one. Although I'd have to make sure that it could record good frames so that it's not super laggy. But yeah, I think I can. I don't know, we'll see. I'll get a capture card. So I could do Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild. But I was also kind of thinking, like, what if I did it in GTA? And that might be a little bit of a chaotic video, much less peaceful than walking around Skyrim. But I don't know. We could do it. As long as I don't get too excited and start breaking laws in that game and get the police on me, then I don't know. That could be fun. Spice things up a little bit. We found the road. We did it. All right. Let's walk this way. But other games, I don't know. Because a lot of games are becoming open world, right? But oh no. It's the what are they called again? What was that? What are they called again? The people who hate Talos and hate the worship of Talos. You have peepee eyes. Sorry, I'm getting silly. Maybe a sign that I need to end the recording soon, but we've only been going for an hour and 15 minutes. I don't know. Is it okay if I'm a little silly tonight? I want to be like gentle and calm, but I fired myself up with those stories and now my brain's just all over the place. Shoot, what are they called? The Thalmor. That's them, right? The Thalmor. Yeah, I think so. And then here's some Imperials. Imperials. Why are y'all just staring at that? Wait, what is that? What's that? Yeah, this is like a great intro into what it's like to be friends with me. I'm just all over the place. Wait, I don't... And I'm trying to make this an actual sleep video and not just like a let's play that I talk through. Because if I get too chaotic, it'll just be like a let's play and that's no fun. So I'm trying to make this like a relaxing experience. But I am maybe not succeeding. You know, I'm gonna come back to this later. I don't have the brain power to do a puzzle right now. Let's go look at this foggy water feature, question mark, and see what's going on over here. Let me use the conversation topic generator and find something to talk about, because I am out of, well, I'm not out of stories, I've got plenty of stories, but okay, so we got typewriters, laundry, and Napoleon, and I just remembered I forgot to take my laundry out of the dryer, so thanks topic generator. I needed to do that. Oh, ow, jeez. Well, let's talk about typewriters, because I actually have something to say on that. So, the office that I work at, I didn't know that people still use typewriters. The office that I work at still uses typewriters. And, whoa, what is that? I have never seen this. Is this part of a mod? What the heck? Whoa. I'm gonna... Probably should... Do I have healing spells? Yes. Just heal myself real quick. That's the great thing about RPGs is you can do magical things. Wait, why is my health still seeming... Why is my heart still beating like that? Oh, because it's still super low. Wow. There we go. Okay. Probably didn't need to drink that many, just needed to drink enough to make the heartbeat stop, but I must have gotten really low. Oof, that would have been embarrassing if I died. Oh yeah, typewriters. So, my office still uses typewriters, and I don't personally use one, but like, a couple of my coworkers use typewriters to fill out paperwork. And I use what's called a dot matrix printer, which like kind of imprints it. Like I don't know if it uses, I don't think it uses ink, but like it like imprints the letters and whatever I type onto the paperwork, and like it's like carbon copy paperwork, so it imprints so that it goes on to the next, like every page. I don't know if I'm making sense, but so, and what it prints is based on an Excel sheet that I like send to the printer. So I have these Excel sheets that this is a boring piece of conversation, but back to the typewriters. So our office actually uses typewriters, and I guess they must use ink. I don't really know. But I didn't know that people still use typewriters, and wait. I just came from this way. Okay, I'm going that way. Am I? I don't even know. Yeah. Actually, I think that's all I had to say about typewriters. Did they not have, like, why did typewriters not have periods back in the day? Like, people had to type stop to end a sentence. Why didn't they just add a period key? Am I being, like, typewriter ignorant typist by saying that? I don't know. Would it have really been that hard to add a period key? I don't know. Well, I guess maybe, I don't know. Did they have like commas and question marks and stuff? I don't know. I guess not. They didn't have any punctuation. But like typing a period, even in place of like a question mark or something, would have been so much easier than typing stop after every sentence. That reminds me of in the mornings, I used to watch cartoons, and the cartoon that would come on all the time was like the Smurfs on the channel that I'd watch it on, which I think was Boomerang, if you're American and know what that is. But wait, Karth Waston, Markarth, let's go this way. But there was this commercial, or not like a little clip of a different show on the same network that they would like play, and I specifically remember it was two animals of species which I can't remember, but one of them was reading like a message that had been typewriter written, and it had all the stops in it, like I was just talking about. And so they were walking along, and he was reading the message, and every time he read stop, they would stop in place. And then he would start reading the next message, and they would stop. And yeah, that's kind of all I have to say about that, but just talking about typewriters reminded me of that. I have nothing to say about Napoleon, other than Doug Doug. Doug Doug has a Napoleon AI that he used for one of his videos, and I don't know, I don't really have anything to say about it though. I don't remember much about that video. But yeah, actually I do need to get my laundry, so maybe do I pause or do I stop recording? That is the question. Are you asleep? Can you tell me if you're asleep, and then I'll base my decision on that. Tomorrow I have to shave my parents' dog. Not like shave her hair completely off, but trim her hair, groom her, because grooming her is my job. Yay me. But as a trade-off, my brother cleans the dog poop out of the backyard, so that's nice. So I have to, and I'm gonna have to wait to shower until after I do that, because I'll be covered in dog hair. But she's a small dog, thank goodness, so trimming her doesn't take too terribly long, but she gets matted, and you can't even tell that she's matted until, like, because it's like a bunch of little tangles, and they're all super close to her skin. So, and I try to like brush her, but I don't know, I just don't have much time, and she's not my dog. I'm not with her all the time, so I don't know, but it's getting hot around here, so time to give her a trim, help her be more comfortable. I'm super glad that my dog has fur instead of hair, and yes, it means that she sheds a lot, but I don't have to trim her all the time, and also I don't even have to clip her nails, because she's a water dog. She absolutely loves the pool. Is there a sign? I want to go to Markarth. She absolutely, oh, a saber cat. She absolutely loves the pool. And whenever she's wet and running around on the concrete, like the pool deck, it keeps her nails ground down, like really well, actually. So I don't even like ground to the quick all the time. So I don't have to trim or clip her nails ever, which is nice because I don't know where my nail clippers are at the moment. I love that she's a water dog. It's super fun. However, I don't love when she just decides to go jump in the pool, and then I have to deal with drying her off, and especially if I'm in a hurry or something. And every time we go somewhere, like every time I take her with me on a walk or even just out, if I take her to the vet and she gets anxious or whatever, she gets overheated. She gets overheated from that and from walks pretty easily. So I take her home and she asks to go in the backyard, and as soon as I open up the door, straight in the pool. She just doesn't even stop, because normally she'll ask permission. She'll like stand at her spot by the first step and look at me. And if I don't notice her, eventually she'll just jump in, but she'll wait a while for me to notice her. And however, if she's just been on a walk or out for whatever reason and she's super hot, she won't wait. She won't ask. She'll just dive straight in. And and of course, I usually let her because I get it. She's exhausted. Oh, an assassin. She's exhausted and super hot and deserves to cool off. But it's definitely a little annoying at times because having to Carthwaste, how do you even say that? Must be new based on the way this sign looks. But yeah, so drying her off, she's an 80-pound dog, so drying her off is quite the feat. And I can never get her fully dry, no matter how much I like rub that towel over her. She's never fully dry. And I squeegee her too. Her chest holds a lot of water and like her feet, so I squeegee the water out, but doesn't matter. Or well, it helps. It doesn't matter. But she's always wet. But that's my water dog. Another thing about having a water dog is a water dog who loves you, that is, she will run around me and shake off all the wetness on me, and then I'm covered in pool water, me and whatever I'm holding, my coffee, my phone, my journal, covered in pool water, so that's fun. Ooh, we found the Forsworn. Here's a briar heart. I hear that if you pickpocket their heart, then they... Is this a briar heart? The ones that wear these masks, I think, are briar hearts. Well, I guess I can't pickpocket them. There's a nerd around here somewhere. I can hear it. But let's just move away from it. Yeah, so that's the life of the mother of a dog who loves to swim. And I love her to death, and I love that she loves to swim. She has an absolute blast, and it helps her cool off whenever she's super hot. So I'm happy to let her do it. Oh, goat. The Forsworn are scary people. Oh my gosh, just floating down the stream. You know what? Let me go get my laundry before I forget. Okie dokie, artichoke. So, sorry, that was cheesy. I just got back from getting my laundry. Thanks again to codebeautify.org/random topic generator for reminding me about that. And somebody else had their laundry in the washer, so I definitely needed to get my laundry out of the dryer. And now we're back, and we're just gonna walk around, and I think I'm gonna go for like another 30 minutes. That way I can make this a nice 2-hour video. And hopefully that'll give you plenty of time to fall asleep. One day I'll have the time to make 3-hour videos, but it's already 8:11 p.m. and I go to bed kind of early, and I would like to kind of rest for a bit before I have to go to bed, so yeah. So no 3-hour video tonight, but we're doing our best. Oh, sorry, nerd root. So here are our new 3 topics. And I know I said I would pick one, but I ended up talking about the last 3, all of them, so maybe I'll just end up doing that. But our new topics are giraffes, leather, and dentistry. And I'll start with dentistry because I actually have some stories to say about this one. I have had nothing but, growing up, I had nothing but terrible experiences with dentists. One of them, so whenever I was little, like, small child, you know when they take x-rays of your teeth and they make you bite down on that thing that, like, cuts into your mouth? Well, especially since I was small and had a small mouth, that thing cut into my mouth so bad, and, like, so here's the story how my mom would tell it, because, you know, her having an adult brain, a little more reliable than my child brain. But basically, I complained to the dentist that it hurt, and she was like, just deal with it, everyone has to do it, just deal with it. So I tried to bite down on it again, and it hurt. So I complained again, and this girl, this dentist, well, I guess it was the dental hygienist, was like, you are ridiculous, everyone has to do this, just deal with it. And so, like, I dealt with it, she told me to deal with it, so I dealt with it. And what happened was, I bit down on it all the way, and the only reaction I had, according to my mom, was one single freaking tear that, like, started rolling down my face, and that was it. That dental hygienist had had enough of me and my freaking pain, so she... Wait, marker is that way? Okay, well... And she was like, I'm done, I can't deal with this girl. And I was a child, and it hurt, and those things do hurt. They dig into your mouth, especially when you have a little child mouth. So that was just kind of awful. And then I had another dentist. It might have been the same office, but like an actual dentist, like, working in my mouth. I went for one visit, and she pointed out 2 teeth. Or maybe it was he, I don't even remember. I just remember the incident, not the dentist. But they pointed out 2 teeth, and they said, okay, well, if these 2 teeth, like, they were loose, they were wiggly. It was like, if these 2 teeth haven't fallen out by the time you come back, which was like a couple of weeks later, because maybe I'd had a cavity filled or something, because I did have a couple of those. They were like, then we'll pull them. Those 2 teeth ended up falling out. However, the equivalent 2 teeth on the other side of my mouth, whenever I went back, and the dentist pulled those 2 teeth without my mom's permission. They did not ask my mom before pulling those 2 teeth, which not only did they mutilate my mouth, but the money, that had to have been expensive. But they mutilated my mouth too. I was a child. My mom wasn't in the room. They pulled them without her permission. Oh, she was fuming. She was so mad about that. Oh my gosh, what the heck? This girl is kind of horrifying. So that happened, and then also, I had a couple of cavities filled, and one of the fillings is no longer, it's pushed off the back of my tooth, if that makes sense. Like, as if it's just kind of slid over time. It's literally currently hanging off the back of my tooth, and the cavity is exposed again. So I don't know how they put it in. I don't know if they're supposed to last forever, but my other ones have worn down a bit, but are still there. But this one, I don't know what they did. Cavity is exposed again. I'm not going to the dentist, though. I've had nothing but bad experiences, plus I can't afford it, so... Oh, and I hate when they drill into your cavity. Ooh, I'm sorry, this is not pleasant bedtime talk, but ooh, it is the worst. So I'm not going back to the dentist. Let's move on from this painful topic. Giraffes. So back whenever I was in high school, I was a bad texter. I would send like really short messages and I wouldn't sound happy, and I wasn't trying to like sound curt, but like I didn't even notice it at the time, but I would send one word messages and stuff. And whenever I would like later in life, whenever I went back and read those old messages, I was like, I sound miserable. So I was a really bad texter. But one of the things that I would do if I wanted to keep talking to somebody but I had nothing left to say, I would either like send a random picture, like take a picture in that moment, or I would just like say the word giraffe. And the reason was giraffe didn't mean anything, but I would try to think of like a random word to say, and I looked down my keyboard, and the G key is right smack in the middle of the keyboard. So that was just the letter G reminded me of giraffe, so I would just send the word giraffe, and it didn't make any sense, and I am embarrassed about my childhood self. But you know what? I was who I was, and I was a child with issues, so giraffe. That's like not something I ever intended on including as like a story time, because it's such a dumb and pointless thing to talk about, but the random topic generator made me do it. Oh, but you know what else about giraffes is when you go to the zoo and they have like the giraffe feeding area where you're standing on a bridge and the giraffes reach their necks up to you and you can like feed them leaves. Those are pretty cool. I feel like I've done that once, and there's a zoo here in the city that I live in now that has a giraffe feeding area, but I've never actually been to the zoo because my best friend came to visit me a few months ago, and we were gonna go to the zoo, but it was like we got done with what we were doing at 2:30, and I looked up the zoo to see how to get there, and you know what it said? It said, zoo closes at 3 p.m. What the heck? 3 p.m. is so early. I thought it would like close at 5.
What are you hiding, priest?
And of course he's not going to respond. 3 p.m. on a weekday. So it must be that it's only open for like school groups, because schools end at 3, so that would make sense. But so I've lived in this city for 3 years almost and still never been to the zoo here. Oh, the Jarl. I feel like I don't even remember talking to this Jarl. I'm sure I have, because I feel like you have to talk to all of them at some point, or well, I guess you don't have to, but I've definitely been in here. I remember like that entrance and the guy talking to the priest, but I don't remember this Jarl. Interesting. He's not memorable, I guess. Last topic, leather. What is there to say about leather? Whenever I was in Italy, they had like a couple of like leather shops, but our tour guide was like, there's only one leather shop that you should buy from, because it's like the best one and the best prices and like authenticity and blah blah blah. So we went to this leather shop, and I came out of it with a wallet. Like my mom bought me a wallet, but my dad almost bought this vest, and it was so weird because it was like just one of those, I guess, random things where you want to buy something that has like whoa, wait, are there supposed to be 2 of them? Oh yeah, that's 2. Okay, I thought it was 2 of the same guy. Well, like, you know those moments when you like want to buy something just because you look at it and you're like, oh my gosh, this is calling to me, even though I don't wear anything like this normally. Well, the river's flowing up but down. That's interesting. But yeah, like you're like, I don't ever wear anything like this, but I want it. So it's one of those moments for him. He doesn't wear vests. Like, it was so weird. He's not that type of person at all. Not the vest wearing type of person. But he wanted this vest, and thankfully my mom talked him out of it, because not only was it like several $100s or euros, but it just wasn't something he was ever gonna wear. So that was kind of funny. Yeah, all I got was a wallet, but in Italy, our tour guide had told us that you gotta watch your back because there's pickpockets everywhere. And, you know, you gotta be careful. So I was like always looking over my shoulder. Like, anyone here could be suspicious. I gotta keep my eyes out. And I remember the people that we were walking with were like complimenting me on how vigilant I was. But I was just like, I just don't want anything to get stolen. Yay. So, and they had like, somebody had told a story about how they like knew someone who had put a $20 bill in their pocket just to see if it would get stolen, and they didn't even notice, but by the end of the day it was gone. And I think like a way that people do it is they'll bump into you, and so all that you notice in that moment is like them slamming into your shoulder or whatever. But turns out their sneaky little hands, sneaky little fingers have pulled the money out of your pocket. And why did he put a $20 bill instead of just putting like a $1 bill or something? Who knows? I'm sure he wasn't thinking, because it's not like a pickpocket is gonna know. First of all, they don't even know if anything's in your pocket. Second of all, they won't know what size the bill is if they do know this something. So I don't know. But yeah, so I was very vigilant about all of that. Dwarven ruins. Oh, do they even go anywhere? Oh yes, I just am blind. I don't love Dwarven ruins, but they're not that bad compared to like... I'm not a fan of like the Draugr ruins. Those get pretty repetitive. Of course, there's the blind people, the snow elves. What are they called again? Falmer. The Falmer ruins, or the Falmer... Well, the Draugr are in crypts, not ruins, but the Falmer... whatever. The Falmer... Sorry, I stop repeating Falmer. Caves or whatever that they're in. Those can get kind of annoying too. I don't know, it just all gets repetitive at some point, right? Let's just leave. Let's go back to the city. But it's because they send you down all these different quests that have like very similar locations, very similar tasks, fetch quests and escort quests, and you know how it is. That's just the way that RPGs are. Especially a game as big as Skyrim. It's got so many miscellaneous quests, and you know, things are going to overlap when you've only got so many mechanics to work with. And there are a lot of mechanics to work with, but it's still a finite amount, so they do what they can. And they did a fantastic job. I mean, look at all the detail on literally everything in this game. It's insane. And yeah, it's easy to overlook whenever you've played this game 100 times on 100 different consoles because it's come out that many times. But it really is an incredible game. It's beautiful. It's so much detail. It's massive. You could put thousands of hours into it and still not complete it. It's awesome. Such a great game. This is another one of those cities that I've gone werewolf in, where I just turn myself into, well, save the game, turn myself into a werewolf, and then just go crazy. Go nuts. Is that two of the same guy again? No, that's two different. What are they doing in there? Yeah, just go nuts. And it's super fun to do that. To just kill everyone on sight, and then you get a bunch of like, quest failed, because the people that gave you the quests are dying. But that's, you know, once you have your fun, it's a good way to get out frustration, and then once you have your fun, then you load your previous save, and it's like it never happened. Wham bam, thank you ma'am. All done. All gone. No more. So, Yeah, that I guess that's all I have to say about that. You know the Crimson Nirn Root quest in Blackreach? Blackreach, that's what it's called, right? Here's Stabby Guy. And this poor girl doesn't know what's coming. I'm glad that they give you the chance to save her. But yeah, Blackreach, Crimson Nirnroots. I have never completed that quest, and I didn't actually know they respawn right after a while. I didn't know that. I thought it was like there were just a limited amount. So I have never completed that quest because I could never find more than like 20, and I think you need 30. I could never find more than like 17 to 20. And oh my gosh, an ad just popped up on my random topic generator website on my second screen, and it looked wildly inappropriate. Before I got a good, like, out of the corner of my eye, all I saw was a hand moving up and down, and well, thankfully it was just somebody scratching an itch. Like an ad for itch cream or something, but that was scary. It's like when you're using one of those torrent websites and you can't control what pops up when you click a movie. I hate those websites. I mean, they're nice to have, but they scare me. What was I? Oh yeah, Crimson Nirnroots. So yeah, that quest is super annoying to me because I could never find 30 Nirnroots. Crimson Nirnroots specifically. And I don't know, because it's part of like I guess a significant, well, I don't know if it's like the first side quest that you get whenever you enter Blackreach, so it seems significant, but I don't know if it is because I've never gotten to get very far in it. That was laggy. Oh, but did you know, I found this out on a Pinterest post a long time ago, that if you Fus Da at the giant, like, sun hanging chandelier thing that's in the middle of Blackreach, if you Fus Da at that, a dragon will come out and will just be flying around Blackreach. And this sounds, if you don't know about this, it sounds like I'm totally bullshitting you, but I promise I'm not. Dragon actually comes out, and it's got a name. It's one of the named dragons. Yeah, so if you're looking to get all the named dragons, there's one right there. I feel like at this point, everyone already knows about that. But I don't know, people are constantly discovering new things about Skyrim. Maybe it's something that you didn't know. Ooh, what's it? Oh my gosh, it's a little figurine of a dwarven sentry? I don't know, whatever they call them. I like Markarth kinda. It's a nice little city. Very pretty. I mean, look at those waterfalls coming out of the architecture. That's cool. They probably are literally, if you like actually look closely at the waterfalls in Skyrim, they just come out of straight out of the rocks. They don't have a source. Oh, that one actually, these actually look like they're coming out of something. They've got like there's like a grate where it looks like there's probably pipes or something in there, but yeah, like the natural waterfalls, they just come straight out of the rocks. A little unrealistic, a little unimmersive, if you ask me. But, you know, we deal. Is there anything we haven't seen? I feel like it's just walking around in circles. I'm getting super silly. I've been super silly. Like, just, it's not the vibe I intend with these videos. I intend to just be like very soothing, relaxing. But I don't know. I just feel like being my goofy self today, I guess. And I mean, I always want to be my goofy self, but but I try to like rein it in a little bit for these so that I can give you a soothing experience. But I'm just, I don't know, just my brain is like, I just want to be my regular talking about whatever the heck and in whatever way I want kind of self. So that's the side of me that you're getting tonight. I hope you like her. She's pretty cool, I guess. I've been, I don't know, I've had like a, I'm not burning out on YouTube, but like my drive is slowing down, but not in a burnout kind of way. I know burnout well, and this isn't burnout, but because it's not like with burnout, I feel like absolute dread whenever I even think about doing this and like forcing myself to like do the things that I need to do that I'm burnout on. Is absolute misery. And this isn't that. But this is just like, I don't know, I just like, my heart's like, not really feeling it today. But it's doing that every day. And I love making these videos. I love like whenever I'm in a passionate mood and I'm like thinking of all these ideas, things I want to do, things I want to say, types of videos that I want to make. But lately, I've been riding on old ideas because my brain's like, yeah, no, I'm not having it, nothing new for me. So we're just kind of existing in these videos. Just, I don't know, it's like my brain is just somewhere else every time. And then I sit down and I make myself do this because I want this. I want this. But I can't make good stuff, good content, when my brain just, like, my heart isn't in it. And well, it is, but it isn't. Like, because I love making videos and I love making you happy and helping you. But it's like my head just isn't in the game, you know? Like High School Musical. Head not in the game. I don't know why. I don't know how to fix it. I just need to get my creative energy back, I guess. My flow. I've been distracted lately. That's one thing. I've been like distracting myself, letting myself do other things. Like, I know I focus better on things like this whenever I focus on myself. Like whenever I'm really spending time with myself and not with other people. But I have been spending time with other people lately, and I want to spend time with my friends, but it takes, it's like I'm giving a piece of me to socialization, and when I do that, I don't have all the pieces of me that I need to be into, I need every piece of myself to be super into making a video. And if I don't have every piece of myself all in on it, then I don't know, I just like drift away. I just can't get my heart and mind into it. I don't know why, because I need to be able to divide my resources so that I can maintain like my social relationships and maintain friendships and keep up with this and work. I really wish that I could just do this instead of work, like do this as work, because then I would have much easier time. I'd have time blocked out for this during the day, and then time blocked out for friends in the evenings, but I have to spend all my time doing regular work and this, and then hardly have any time for friends. And if I have time for friends, it's because I'm taking away time from this, which is like the problem. Because I need... I don't know what's happening here. But I need rest time, and... Hang on, I'm getting a call. Okay, my dad's friend just called me and asked me to tell my dad to call him. So that's what that was. Guess he wasn't... the calls weren't going through or something. But... I only have about 5 more minutes in this recording. Also, if you just heard that, that was my chair, I promise. What? I feel like I've never been here. This doesn't seem familiar. No, wait, does it? Is this where their horses are? It doesn't... I don't know. What's going on up here? Farmers versus soldiers? These 2 guys look the same. Wait, those 3 guys look the same. What the... what the heck? What's with all the cloned people tonight? Ay, ay, ay. Dead end. Man, I'm super yawning a lot. For some reason, every time I record these, I end up, by the end of it, I'm yawning like crazy, and I also get really sniffly. I have no clue why I get sniffly. Something about talking for a long time just makes me sniffly, and I don't know why. I can't understand it. It doesn't... I don't know. My body just does weird things. Also, whenever I eat, even if I'm not eating something spicy or like particularly hot, my nose will start to run. I don't know why. It's really weird. I don't know. I just have a weird body. That's a fact. There's a wolf up here. And an altar? Are you on... Why do you look like that? And why are you growling at the... What happened? Ooh, a diamond! Okay, sorry, I'm gonna grab that because... Ugh, gross. I mean... Oops, sorry if that was loud. Jeez, that was loud. That was why I was avoiding reading those books. But I don't know, I'm in a silly mood. That's my excuse. If you're familiar with Whiterun, you might notice that things look a little bit different, and that's because I have a mod called JK's Skyrim, which adds a couple of aesthetic things, a couple of functional things as well, just to make things look a little more immersive, maybe like they actually would, just a little prettier. I absolutely love Skyrim. It's been my favorite game for like 11 years now. It's just, I think one of the reasons I love it so much is because it's filled to the brim with dragons. I mean, dragons are the main part of the story, but it's not just that. I am a fan of RPGs, and also, sorry, I have my sensitivity turned all the way down, but still the camera moves pretty fast with just the slightest push to the stick on my controller, so I'm trying to be gentle with it. But it's just such a good game. There's so much to it. It's completely packed with content, and there's so many things to interact with, people to meet, and you can never get bored with it because as soon as you do, you just download a mod that adds new quests or changes up the NPCs, and suddenly it's a whole new game. It's really amazing, not just the game itself, but the community as well. There's so much to it. I have my HUD turned off because I wanted things to feel a little more immersive. But that also may mean that I end up trying to enter a house that I should not be entering, so we'll see. But for now, here we are. Ugh. Why is it so empty in here? I guess no one wants to hang out at the inn at this time of day. Is this an inn or is it just a bar? Hello. That's not the talk button. I get mixed up because in most games, A is the jump button and then something like X or Y is the interact button, but this game is the opposite. Oh, I did it again.
If it's work you need, how about chopping up some wood for the fires? I assume you saw the Gildergreen? Big tree all burnt up in the middle of the Wind District? It's part of the Temple of Kinnareth. People want Danica to do something about it, but I don't know what they expect. Need anything else? Just let me know.
The Gildergreen. That's a fun quest because the cave that you end up in is just so beautiful. I'm not really sure where we're going to end up in this adventure or how many different houses I'll end up invading. We'll see. And that coin purse is just ripe for the taking. But we won't. We'll be good today. Usually I record these at night, but right now it's in the middle of the day for me, so I feel like I'm having a harder time getting into the mindset that I usually
And what of my son? What of Thorold? Is he nothing?
would
So
be
don't
in.
talk to me about suffering.
Your son chose
The
to
last time I
stop
played this, I had a mod on
gone.
that changed all the dialogue. It's called Skyrim Badly Translated, and it changes all the dialogue to be... Basically, they put all of the dialogue in this game through Google Translate 40 times through different languages, and so everything came out super messed up, and it is so funny to hear the things that people say because they don't make any sense. I wish I could remember a specific line, but oh, it changes the item names too. I remember gold is called dreams
At it again?
for some reason.
Come on now. Watch the footwork. Keep your balance. Nice.
They're not even fighting.
My imagination.
Get in there and push.
They gave up quickly.
Just keep swinging.
Well, this is the beauty of Skyrim. Sometimes things don't quite work. And this one might be my fault because I turned off AI detection. I thought they would still detect each other, but basically I just didn't want them to detect me so that whenever we get out in the wilderness, people won't start to try to fight us. I also have unread books glow to make it easier for whenever I'm normally playing, to make it easier so that I can get all the skill books without having to try to remember if I've already read a book or not. I don't think they'll ever finish their fight. But that's okay. Oh, I guess skill books glow orange. Or is that might just be a burned book. I don't know. Let's go down here. But yeah, usually I would be talking to you a little bit more just about life and things in general, but I feel like my brain is really slow right now and I can't even think of anything. You know what? Maybe I'll pull up a random question generator or something just so that I can kind of get those thoughts flowing. Because I feel like I'm just lost looking at everything right now. I will do that. I'll do that in a minute. Actually, I have, you know what I will do is I will pull up my list of ideas that I wrote down for storytime videos. And originally, whenever I started writing those down, I started keeping this list years ago, because I wanted to do animation YouTube videos.
But I still hear the call of the blood.
We all do. It is our burden to bear. But we can overcome.
You have my brother and I, obviously. But I don't know if the rest will go along quite so easily.
Leave that to me.
But anyway, I decided that animation YouTube videos were just more work than I was really wanting to put in, because I talked about this in my last walking and talking as well, because I was going to do 100 days arc videos, and it's not that I'm not willing to do the work, it's just that I want to not be restricted to only putting out maximum one video a month. So and that's what it would be like for animation videos or 100 days challenge videos, just because they take so long to make, and for the 100 days challenge videos you have to record like 100 hours worth of content. So it's a lot. So here we are, making these instead. And on my other channel, I'm thinking I will do game show style videos where I make like trivia shows or something for my friends. Maybe make challenges within games as well. I've thought about that. But for now, we'll start with kind of Jeopardy style, or like not only Jeopardy, but like game shows that don't require you to own a specific video game. So another one that we're gonna do in the future, not to give too many spoilers, but it's going to be a debate style event. So that'll be fun. And it won't be debating serious topics, we'll be debating silly topics, so it should be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to that. But for now, I'm focusing on the sleep videos. And honestly, these are really nice to record because they're very calming for me, as well as for... Where did everyone go? As well as hopefully for you, I hope they're calming. It can be hard to remember sometimes to keep my voice at this calm, kind of whispery, not whispery, but like quiet, calming tone, because especially if I start going off into a story or something, I get excited and I start being loud. Not loud, but not the calm tone and quietness that I'm trying to maintain. But I am doing my best, and it takes practice, right? So thank you for joining me on this journey. Let's go into Dragon's Reach. I wonder if Lydia will be in here. I don't remember how much of the story I've gotten through in this playthrough. Not very much, I don't think. Usually the companions are one of my first stops, but evidently I had not been in there because that fight only happens whenever you enter for the first time. Looked like they were going to have an argument.
Barbara, did you slip out again last night for a drink at the Bannered Mare?
Heard about that, did you? Yes, I went out for a pint or two. What of it?
These secret visits to the tavern will make you an easy target for an enemy assassin. You should have told me first.
Damn it, woman, I'm the Jarl of Whiterun. I won't apologize for talking to my people. You can't protect
Another
me
funny
every
thing
moment of
from
the day.
the badly translated mod,
So,
is
will you
Jarl
ever stop
Balgruuf.
trying?
His name got translated to, I think it was Jarl Big Ball or something like that. It was just super silly. Oh, in my first ever playthrough of Skyrim, I stole the sword in here, and it's crazy because it's a master lock to get into this, and it's an enchanted. Actually, this one doesn't look enchanted, but the one that I pulled out was an enchanted elven sword with the soul trap enchantment, but it's a master lock, and I was at the very beginning, so my lockpicking skill was super, super low, and it must have just been pure luck that I was able to open up the lock. Because because it was the beginning, I didn't have very many lockpicks. But I had tried to get my dad into Skyrim around that time, and whenever he got to that lock, he asked me to try to unlock it for him. Or maybe he was trying and he couldn't get it, and I offered, but I couldn't get it either, and I broke his last 4 lockpicks. So I must have just gotten super lucky to be able to unlock it in my game. And I used that sword, I used that sword for a long time. And the soul trap enchantment early in the game is really good, because then you can keep filling soul gems for your later, better enchanted things. Another stone of Baranzaya. One day I'd love to add some really nice graphics mods, but that's gonna be down the line. For now, I'll take what I can get. I need a better graphics card, but, well, I don't need it. I need it if I want to record higher quality gameplay, but I don't need it. But I would like one. That'll be my next PC upgrade. Or, well, it'll be my first PC upgrade since building it a couple of years ago. Shoot, I guess it's been like 3 or 4 years now since I built my PC. That's kind of crazy. I went most of my life without having one at all, so having one has been really nice. There's so much you can do with it. I grew up on the Xbox, and I still have an Xbox Series X, but having a PC is just super nice. There's so much more you can do. Let's see where this door leads. I don't remember where all the doors go. There's a lot in Skyrim. Oh, this is just back where we were. I think this one leads out to the place where you capture Odahviing. Spoilers, sorry. Also, I have 3 dogs in my room right now, so if you end up hearing dog noises in the background, I apologize. I love the Skyrim night sky with the aurora borealis. It's very cloudy tonight, but you can still see it. Night skies in video games can be some of the most amazing things, and I really appreciate when developers put effort into them. Wow. You know what else I want to try is there's an AI mod for Skyrim where you can make the NPCs, I think they get powered by ChatGPT, and so you can talk to them, like actually type in, I don't know if you can speak to them or if you have to type it in, but you can say whatever you want and they'll respond in completely unique ways like they're real people. I think that's super cool. Let me pull up my story time list. And in a minute, whenever I run out of things to talk about again, I will consult that. Ooh. Guess we're having family dinner. Might as well join in. How are we supposed to see your faces with all this big stuff on the table? He's not even eating. Are they starving the kid? What are you eating? That looks nasty. That bread looks awful.
Father says I'm too young to train with the sword, so I practice with my fists.
Okay, son. Whatever you say. They're starving the children. They have not. Well, no one has anything on their plates. Oh my goodness. Need a mod to fix that. Not much in this room, is there? Just books. Is this the balcony? I think so. I also downloaded Planet Zoo so that I could do a playthrough of Planet Zoo and as a sleep video because I figured it would be a calming kind of game to play. But I opened it up last night and opened up the sandbox version or the sandbox mode so that I could just build whatever and kind of practice, and it's kind of hard to get the hang of. For one thing, moving the camera around is kind of, I don't know if it's unique compared to similar games, but it's certainly not what I'm used to. So basically what you have to do is you can only, the left mouse button is only for selecting things. So in order to move the camera around, you have to hold down the right mouse button. Or no, sorry, that's like, but you can't angle the camera that way. You can kind of just move horizontally that way. But if you want to angle the camera, you have to hold down both mouse buttons or the scroll wheel. And it moves the camera a lot. It's every time I move the camera, I end up getting really far away from what I'm trying to focus on. And so I think I need a bit more practice before I make a video with Planet Zoo because I don't want it to be miserable to watch because I can't figure out how to work the dang camera. But getting habitats and animals and stuff, I think I'm kind of getting the hang of that. I've been playing through the tutorial. Is this a dungeon? I don't remember. I try not to get myself arrested in Skyrim these days. It's just annoying to have a bounty. However, I will do a jailbreak any day for Inigo, the Khajiit follower. He's awesome. He's really well made. He's really well voiced and designed, and his story's awesome. I wish that his quests were finished, fully fleshed out, but they're not, and I think I read that they won't ever be. That they kind of took a break from developing it and at this point aren't gonna go back, but I don't know, maybe. This is a really small room. Well, if the court wizard has to sleep in here, no wonder he's angry all the time. He's sassy. Lots of unread books in here. Alright, I think we've seen enough of Dragon's Reach. No Lydia. I wonder where she waits before you get to the point in the quest where they give you your House Carl in Lydia. Nazim. Back whenever I was making meditations on this channel, and I might make more in the future, but for now, kind of focusing more on these. These are more fun for me. But back whenever I was making meditations, I had this plan for April Fool's Day. I wanted to do a day in the life of Nazim meditation. And it's not April Fool's Day yet. I still have time, but I don't know. I think it would have been funny though. But I think I just don't really have the time to work on it right now. Here's the... Is it the Elder Gleam or the Gilder Green? It's got no leaves. It must be winter. Isn't it always winter around here, basically? Man, look at that sky. Wow. I wonder if I've even progressed far enough in the main quest for the dragons to start spawning. They don't spawn until you do that first quest at... Is it at Kinnereth? That burned down fortress with the... Where you fight that dragon with the House Carl of the Jarl. There used to be 2 fireflies here, but I took one. My bad. Let's see if this is open. Nope. Don't want to get in trouble. The Thieves Guild left a mark here. I don't remember what that one means. Oh, the Thieves Guild left a mark here too. I think that's the same one. I love the subtle touches in this game like that. The Bannered Mare. Is it open or are they leaving? It's open.
Come on in. We got warm food, warm drinks, and warm beds.
They all just drank and ate at the same time. Okay, I'm glad to see that it's popular in here now.
Oh, Sadia.
Yes, Mum?
We're running low on the Blackbriar mead. In a couple of days, I'll have you make a run, fetch
Oops.
some more.
Oh, yes, Mum. I'll make sure it gets done.
Sadia, wake up, dear.
Yes, Mum. You want a drink? Depends. Are you thirsty? Hungry? Both.
I guess I'll take an ale. Thank you.
It's been a pleasure.
Oh, I'm sure it has. And this is peaceful. What is it? I think it's under food. Yeah. Can't be rude and not drink it. Wonder who that guy is. Hello, sir.
I work for Bellathor at the general goods store.
Oh, you poor man. If you don't know Skyrim, then lucky you don't have to know Bellathor, but he is an absolute stain on the earth. He's a jerk. He makes jokes about selling his sister and dumb stuff like that. Since it's nighttime, I'm not sure when anything will open back up. So let's go ahead and explore the wilderness. And we don't have to talk to anybody out there. Avoiding people is a great way to spend our time. In the game and in real life. My first ever playthrough of Skyrim was on the Xbox 360. And for some reason, it almost worked. In some ways it worked better there than it did on my Xbox my Xbox One S. Because on my Xbox One, I kept having this issue where if I played the game for too long, like not in the same day, but like if I progressed too far into the game, then it would just, over time, it would slow down more and more with every loading screen, and then eventually I'd get to the point where I couldn't go through a door without the game crashing. Which, on one of my playthroughs, meant that I was stuck inside an inn forever. It still am on that playthrough. Which really stinks. You can't really play the game if you can't go through doors. So... And I tried to find a fix, and I did have a few mods, but even downloading a jester. Cicero.
Well, sounds like you've had quite the journey, Utka. But you were gone longer than usual.
But yeah, you can't really play the game if you can't go through doors. But then on the Xbox 360, I never had that issue. Of course, it's a bit slower, and occasionally whenever I would be loading something, my game would crash, and then it would really suck if I hadn't saved for a long time. But it's just one of those things. Man, I got so much nostalgia for my first playthrough of Skyrim. Remember the first time I went to Sovngarde, first time I rode a dragon, my first visit to the, inside the Black Books. So many really cool, diverse things. And originally when I bought it, I didn't buy the version that had the DLCs, like the Legendary Edition. So, and I was going to just buy the DLCs, but that would have cost, I think, $45 at the time. And then I found out I could just go to Best Buy and buy the Legendary Edition for $20, so I just bought the game again, basically. So then I had 2 copies of Skyrim, and I might still have them both somewhere, I'm not sure, I don't remember. But and then I got, well, everything is digital now, right? So whenever I bought the anthology of the Elder Scrolls games, which means basically just every single Elder Scrolls game that's out right now, from Arena to Skyrim, all of the games, except for Skyrim, came on discs. But Skyrim, and I bought it for the PC, so they're all discs that go into the PC, but of course, most PCs don't have disc trays anymore. So the copy of the game that I got for Skyrim was just a Steam download code, which is a little lame, but more useful, to be fair. Another locked door, probably. Yes. Let's not break into anything tonight. We'll keep things peaceful. I wish it would turn into daytime, but I don't want to skip the time. I want to let it be natural, but nighttime is sure taking a while. Maybe we just follow the road and see where it takes us. Let me go ahead and pull up one of those stories. Okay, here's a good one. So back in, I think it was 5th grade, I was in the GT class, and I'm not saying that to brag. I mean, I'm definitely would not fit into a GT class now, but basically it was like the gifted class, and because we were quote-unquote special, we had to do extra projects and stuff. And one of those projects that we did was we invented new toys. And we had to make a prototype of the toy, not necessarily actually working if it was something that was kind of like difficult to build, but just something that resembled what we were trying to make. And my toy was called the Fact Yo, and it was a yo-yo that, and I don't know how I came up with this, but it was a yo-yo that when you used it, it would spit out random facts. And I don't know why I thought that was fun. It's probably the only thing I could think of at the time. But, I mean, again, I was 10 years old. But we had to make, of course, the prototype, and we had to make a poster presentation, and then we also had to make a video presentation for it. And the video we had to show to everyone in our grade. Like, not just our class, but everyone. And because it was called the Fact Yo, my video contained a lot of, what is his name, Randy Jackson, the guy from, I only know him from American Idol, but he says yo a lot, or said, and like dog and stuff like that. So he was kind of the mascot for my toy. And he was in my video and on my poster. And the way that I built my prototype was, do you remember Tamagotchis? The little, like the little keychain machine that had a pet that you take care of? So I took 2 Tamagotchis and glued them back to back, and then wrapped a string around the middle to turn them into a yo-yo. And of course it didn't work very well as a yo-yo, and it didn't spit out facts. It was just, it didn't have to like work like that. Cicero. But that was my prototype, and you know what? It worked for what I needed it to do. It was just kind of a ridiculous thing, and oh my gosh, showing the whole school, or our whole grade, my video was so embarrassing. Let's talk to Cicero.
Bother and befuddle! Stuck here! Stuck! My mother, my poor mother. Unmoving. At rest. Still. Oh, poor Cicero is stuck. Can't you see? I was transporting my dear, sweet mother. Well, not her. Her corpse. She's quite dead. I'm taking Mother to a new home, a new crypt, but... Ah! Wagon wheel! Damnedest wagon wheel! It broke. Don't you see? Oh! Oh, yes! Yes, the kindly stranger can certainly help. Go to the farm, the Lorius farm, just over there off the road. Talk to Lorius. He has tools. He can help me. But he won't. He refuses. Ah, convince Lorius to fix my wheel. Do that, and poor Cicero will reward you with coin. Gleamy, shiny coin.
It's funny watching his lips move completely differently from his words. Alright, well, one day I'll do that. For now, we continue along the road. Into the forests of Skyrim. The snowy, lovely landscape. Did you have any interesting experiences like that in elementary school, though? Because I'm really curious if that was a unique experience or not. I think that there are a lot of... I mean, you can be pretty creative as an elementary school teacher, right? Coming up with things to have your students do, projects for them. I think that projects get a lot more boring once you get to middle and high school, unfortunately. But, for example, one of the projects I had in high school was for my government class in my senior year. We had to make a comic, which, you know, that's fun, right? But it had to be based on government topics. I don't remember what mine was about specifically, but I definitely procrastinated on mine and ended up getting like a 60 on it simply because I turned it in late. Man, I lost all my motivation once I hit high school. Senioritis hit me freshman year. I even remember my first failing grade. Like my first failing test grade ever was in 7th grade, but it was kind of ridiculous. It was a group test that we had done, and it was extremely hard. We all failed it. Well, yeah, because it was a group test. We failed it together. But it's just kind of a dumb experience, but... But anyway, my first individual failing grade was in 9th grade biology. We dissected fetal pigs, and we had to take a test on the parts, like the individual organs, labeling them basically. And I think I got a 60 on it. 60 something. And I knew I was gonna fail because I didn't study. So, but I just could not remember which organ was which, and I mean, 60 is still more than half of the questions right, but yeah, it went pretty poorly, and so I was very upset at my first failing grade, and then after that, it all went downhill. I stopped caring about failing, and I still passed with honors, or graduated with honors, but certainly not as high of honors as if I had actually tried. But it really doesn't matter because as long as you got your high school diploma, no one cares how well you did in high school. No one even cares about your grades in college as long as you got your degree. And degrees don't even matter much anymore anyway. You have to have at least a master's for anybody to take you seriously. I see people up there, I wonder what they're doing. And even if you have a degree, a bachelor's, master's, or whatever, it hardly even matters anyway. Because you could still end up in a minimum wage job, working for pennies. What are they? Is this just 3 drunks hanging out together?
Speak, elf.
That's rude.
Hmm? Hmm?
Oh. Is that a hat or hair? I think it's a hat. Or a scarf. Moving on. Now the sky's gotten a bit less cloudy, but it's still quite dark. Let's pull up another story. I feel like I can't think on my own today. Oh, here's a super fun story from whenever I was, elementary school age of some age, but I don't remember how old exactly. But I have always struggled with horror. And, you know, when you're in elementary school, the elementary school version of horror is the Goosebumps books and movies. And I was at my best friend's house, my best friend at the time, and she wanted to watch the Goosebumps movies, and I think we watched one that had something to do with things. I don't remember the movie at all, but I remember the twist at the end where there were giant ants on a plane. But the one that I remember more vividly was the one where they kidnap kids from the school and replace them with puppets of themselves or something like that. And that haunted me. So, but it wasn't the only thing haunting me that night, because for some reason I got super sick off of the chicken nuggets and gravy that her mom had made, which totally not her mom's fault, but I got sick and started throwing up. So I had chicken nuggets and gravy haunting my stomach, and this puppet Goosebumps movie haunting my brain, and I had to go home early because I was sick. But so I didn't even have like my friend there to comfort me whenever I was terrified from the Goosebumps movies. Instead, I was sleeping in my parents' room, and you know, at least I wasn't like in my room alone, but they were, sorry, let's not watch this man sleep. But I was just stuck awake and miserable while they were sleeping. And I still don't know why I got sick, because no one around me got sick, and which means that it probably wasn't a virus. And also my friend got sick, or didn't get sick, which probably means it wasn't food poisoning. So I don't know what happened that night. Oh, I didn't mean to leave. I thought that was another room, but that's okay. Oh, finally. It's getting to be morning. But yeah, so that was a miserable experience. And for a very, very, very long time, I could not have chicken and gravy, fried chicken and gravy. I also don't like white gravy though, so not a big loss, but just the thought of it made me sick. And fried chicken and white gravy is a pretty common combination in the southern United States, so not a fun thing to be avoidant to. But again, it's not like I wanted to eat it anyway, so it was okay. Okay, I just took a short break to get a coffee because I think it'll help me wake up a little bit more. Throughout my life, coffee has never helped me wake up until very recently, and it might be because I used to not drink very much and now I drink like a cup a day, which for some people is not very much, but for me is a lot. So it's because there's free coffee at work. And then for my Keurig, I got these disposable. And I know Keurig's K-cups are terrible for the environment. I know, but they're so convenient. And I also have a reusable one, but I wanted to try a variety of flavors. So I got this variety pack of K-cups, and it comes with a bunch of different flavors, including like, there's even some fruity ones, like raspberry chocolate and blueberry, but then there's like vanilla, caramel, chocolate, grandma's cookie, oatmeal cookie, a bunch of ones like that, and they're delicious. I'm not a fruity coffee kind of person, but even the blueberry and raspberry ones are pretty good. It's just the only one I can't stand is the peanut butter because I am not a peanut butter person. The only peanut butter I can have, or like that I can stand to have, is on peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Otherwise, if it's Reese's or Nutter Butters or peanut butter and banana sandwiches even, I can't do it. Even the smell of peanut butter, I'm not a fan of. I don't know why, I just don't like it. But on peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, it's good. I couldn't explain that one to you, but... So, I got some coffee because lately it has been helping me wake up, and I feel like my brain is already catching up to the point that I can actually think about things, and I'm still not a great speaker, but so things are still gonna come out with pauses and breaks, but I feel like my brain is actually working at its normal speed now. The past few days, I don't know what it is, but the past few days specifically, before that, even if I skipped a day of coffee, I was perfectly fine, but for some reason, starting this week, whenever I try to go without coffee, I feel extremely exhausted, and I can't think, and all I feel is tired and brain fog, so I don't know what's going on. But I feel better now that I at least got a little bit of caffeine into me. So that's good, and hopefully I'll be able to think a little better now. Also, sorry if you heard a dog collar jingling in the background. That's Bingo, but I just took his collar off, so hopefully he's playing with a toy right now, so it's the movement, but hopefully without his collar it'll be a little bit quieter. As long as nobody decides to jump up and start barking at whatever random sound. Because they love to do that. I'm walking in circles. How do I get out of here? I don't even know where I am. But I believe that these are bandits. So, thankfully, they don't even know I'm here. I'm practically invisible. Would be a good place to farm for gold, though. The problem with me being more awake is that I'm more likely to forget that I need to be slow and deliberate with my speaking and my movements, and... oh. Oops. And... I am more prone to accidentally moving the camera more quickly or speaking more loudly. So hopefully that's not an issue, but it might be. But we'll see. I think it's that way. Yeah, that looks like the way that I came in. Well, didn't I come through a gate or something? I don't know. This is out though, so this is fine. But anyway, let's see, what else? I can't tell if OBS slows down when I have it open or not. But I'm watching the recording right now and it looks like it's being a little bit laggy. I don't know. So, what's going on with you? What are you doing in life? I'd like to know about your aspirations, your goals, and of course if you're trying to sleep, keep trying to sleep. But I like to know what people's dreams are in life. Like if you could, especially if it's something like really ambitious. And of course if your dream is to be a cashier at Walmart, then that is perfectly fine. That is a great aspiration to have if that would make you happy. But I love to know what people's passions are. And passion is kind of a loaded term because what is passion anyway? And do we need passion? What if you don't have something you're passionate about? Are you less than somebody else? The answer is no. Obviously not. I don't even know what I'm passionate about. Because I know... right, I've got like things that I really like. Like, I've always loved animals. I love dragons, but it's not like I'm hyper-focused on... And I have been... I don't know. I've loved animals throughout my life, and there have been times where, especially if I'm interested in getting a new one, or... not that I adopt every animal that I research, but like if there's an animal that I really want, then I'll do a ton of research on it, watch a bunch of videos, join their subreddit, learn everything I can, like r/parrots, r/bearded dragons, r/snakes, r/rats, and just learn everything that there is to learn about that animal. But then I will lose, it's like ADHD hyperfocus, I guess. Like I'll get hyper-focused on a specific animal or a specific like way to enrich my animals or whatever, and then that'll last maybe a month, and then the hyper-focus dies. Who is this? What?
What was that?
Oh, okay. Anyway, the hyperfocus dies, And then it's not that I stopped caring about it. Like, I still think it would be super cool to have a parrot, but I know that I am not in a place to do that right now, and maybe not ever, just because of the amount. It takes a lot to own a parrot, because you have to be there. It's like having a child, and I don't want a child, so having a parrot might not be. But anyway, back to the point. I don't know if that's like, I love animals and I like learning about them whenever I'm in the mood, but I don't know if they're like my passion, because, and they used to be, I used to say that art and animals were my passions, like my two big passions. And I still love those things, but I don't know, if passion is defined as something that you'd want to do for the rest of your life, then I don't know. And I think I've come to this conclusion that maybe I don't have a passion because of my YouTube journey and trying to figure out what niche I would be happy making videos on for the rest of my life. And just the answer kind of feels like nothing. And I don't know, maybe like doing this I would be happy doing for the rest of my life, but also I need some variety. I don't know. Because I tried making art videos, and it's just, I like making art and crafts, but a new project every week ended up burning me out super quickly. So, and it's always been something that I just kind of do whenever I'm in the mood. So I don't know if that makes it a passion. And although I do like finding new ideas for it, maybe that's a passion. I don't know. Coming up with ideas that I never follow through on. I think that's just an ADHD quirk. And then animals, I came up with several ideas for making videos about involving animals, but I don't even have to make them. Even just thinking about them, I realize that it's not something that will make me feel creatively fulfilled to do for a long term. And so I don't know, if passion means it's something that you would want to do for work for the rest of your life, then I don't know if I have a passion. I like video games, I like art, I love animals. Well, I guess I love all three of those things. I have spent a lot of time in my life doing all three of those things. Well, not, you don't do animals, but you know what I mean. I get a lot of fulfillment out of being with my animals and enriching their lives, but not consistently, only when I'm in the mood. I mean, you don't just hang out with animals when you're in the mood, but you know what, like, I'll get on a kick of, like, redoing my snake tank, for example, or getting a bunch of toys for the ferrets, but then that excitement will die out, and then I'll go back to just kind of, I don't know, like, I don't know. Does any of this make sense? Obviously, I don't stop taking care of the animals whenever the excitement about doing that kind of stuff dies down. And I also don't stop... Oh, the College of Winterhold. And I also don't stop coming up with... I always knew I wanted to be a business owner. And I will constantly come up with ideas of things that I could sell, like products. And so even whenever I'm not in the mood to make art, I'm constantly thinking of things that I could make and sell. But then the problem is there's nothing that I would want to consistently make and feel satisfied. And the other problem is we've all got different strengths, right? But being a business owner means that you have to take on all of the responsibilities. If you're doing it by yourself, you have to do it by yourself. And if you're not strong in all of those areas that you would need, like being the creator and being the business manager, which I'm strong in being a creator, but I'm not strong in management. And that's okay. That's just how I am. It's how I was made. But the problem is, I don't have a partner who can take on those roles, like a business partner. So I'm just stuck coming up with ideas, and it's not that I couldn't, well, obviously you can teach yourself things that you're not strong in, but I get very burnt out doing all of the things that make me feel that aren't my strengths, and when all of those things take up all of my energy, I don't have any energy left to put into creating things like I want to. So every time I've tried to sell things, I just get really burn out really fast because of all of that. And it's difficult. It's hard. So maybe one day I will find someone that I can do those things with, but until then, I just keep developing ideas and taking them nowhere. And it'll help. Like, I'll probably one day sell things through YouTube, like sell things that I make, just so that my audience here can share with me the joy of the things that I make. But even then, it'll just be, it's not like it's going to be enough for me to be able to support myself solely off of the things that I make, because I'm only, outside of making the videos, I'll only have time to make, like, craft things a little bit. So I don't I know this is a lot. Oh, is that a skeleton? I think so. It kind of looks like a stick. But it can be hard. And I think a lot of us in our generation want to be entrepreneurs because, yeah, so cute. Because we want to be our own bosses, and we don't want to have to work under somebody else. Or freelancers. Freelancing is another one where you kind of have a boss because you work for the people that hire you, but really you're like contracting yourself out, so you're still your own boss. You get to work a lot of times your own hours. But there's a lot more risk in that. Income is less consistent. And still, you're not safe whenever you're just working a regular 9 to 5 because you can get fired at any time. I think there's only one state in the entirety of the United States that has contract employment versus at-will employment. And at-will employment is good because then you can leave at any point for any reason. So if your job is toxic, you're free to go. There's nothing forcing you to stay. But that also means that your boss can let you go at any time for any reason. They don't have to justify themselves. Which is a terrible thing. Because one day you can be perfectly fine, have consistent income, you're paying off your car, your house, your bills. Then the next day, you have zero income, and you have to figure it all out, find a new job, go through the awful process of interviewing, and so it's hard. It makes things a lot. It's nice to be able to work for yourself for that reason. But again, income is still unreliable because you have to be able to rely on work being constantly available, and it just isn't always, especially if you're in a more seasonal field where things are more popular during certain times of the year. Or if you are a business owner and you are making, well, let's say you're an artist, you're making your own stuff, then you have to rely on doing all of your own marketing. And even if you're not making, you're like a freelancer, you have to still market yourself. I don't know, there's just so much to this. And all I want to do is leave the corporate 9-to-5 world, go into business for myself, and not have to do, I mean, doing that you still have to do things that you don't want to do sometimes, but at least then I would be doing it to benefit me versus doing it to benefit some CEO that doesn't even know I exist. Whereas he's super rich, making tons of money, and I can't even afford to live on my own. Isn't that unfair? Let's go to that shipwreck. So you know what? Existing in this world is hard. And I know all of these are good problems to have compared to if I lived in a less developed country, for example. But there's still other things. I thought that was like a squid. I was like, when did Skyrim get squids? But there's plenty of reasons that living in America is tough right now as well. What is wrong with your face? Oh, it's more paint.
Must be my imagination.
Yeah, it's just your imagination. Barnacles, I think. No, those look like... Why does it look like there's skeletons in there? Yeah, not to get all depressing, I'm sorry. But every time I make one of these episodes, I end up getting into something really deep. I can't help it. But on the bright side, the coffee definitely worked, and I feel a lot more thinky. I feel like I can think a lot more versus just being a witness to my own life, just sitting back and watching versus being an active participant in what's going on, if that makes any sense. On the less bright side, I can already tell I'm talking louder than I was, so let me settle back into a more relaxed tone, speaking quietly to you while you're whether I'm in the background of what you're doing today, or maybe I am helping you sleep. Let me just settle back into the intention of the video. I think whenever I start getting onto a tangent about something that I have strong feelings about, I can't help it. I just start talking in a normal voice again because I am not. I mean, practice will help me get more used to speaking in the sleep content kind of voice, but I'm not used to it right now, so I just have to keep reminding myself. How am I gonna get up there? I don't think I've ever noticed the fact that there's like buildings that fell down the cliff there. And things you notice when you just wander the game versus doing things quest by quest. I can't believe we wandered from Whiterun to Winterhold so quickly. I get really amazed with myself when I make these videos and I see how quickly I can get from place to place. And I quickly is not probably maybe a very accurate word because we have been here for like an hour now. And going from Whiterun to Winterhold in an hour it's a long time. But still, it's just the fact that, I mean, we've detoured quite a bit, and the fact that I just kind of wandered all the way across the map is kind of crazy. Been doing a lot of parkouring, climbing on things. So how do we get up there? That's the real question. There's gotta be a ramp around here somewhere, right? Like a natural slope. I think we found it. Man, I'm so good at this. I'm stuck on something. Oh, there we go. A rabbit. Did you do the College of Winterhold quests? Personally, I feel like they don't really get you that much. It's not like it helps you that much with being a mage. And like you don't learn that. Well, okay, I'm not a very good mage. I never use ward spells or anything like that. And maybe I should. I don't usually play a mage. I almost always play a wood elf. And which generally means I end up being, well, don't we all end up being sneak archers at some point? But because of the limit of your magic meter, which is called magicka if you're not used to Skyrim, being a mage feels inefficient unless you have a really high magic limit. And everywhere we go just feels so empty. Well, I guess that the bandit camp at the Dwarven Ruins wasn't empty, but this feels empty. There's someone. Few someones. Okay, we got people. Let's go in here. And see what we've got going on in here. Oh, this is the Jarls. I forget. Whenever I can't see the names on the door, I forget. I should have known because of the crown, though. Isn't this the Jarl that... No, never mind. Spoilers. Let's walk around and see what we can find. A child. He looks just like Jarl Balgruuf's son. Imagine that. Not a whole lot in this room. A lot of money and alcohol. I hope this isn't that child's room. Let's try this side. You know, with the Thieves Guild leaving markers outside of a bunch of doors across the land, you'd think somebody would start to notice and do something, like scratch them out or something, so that maybe their house wouldn't be a target. But I don't know, maybe they're not as noticeable as... Because obviously, when you know what you're looking for, it's easier to spot them, but if you don't know about them, you don't know what you're looking for, then... But I feel like if it was my own house, I would notice... Well, I guess they're not on that many. It's not like they're on every door. But the last one I saw was one of those in Whiterun, but you know, if it was my own house, I would notice... Oh.
Some horrible monster was turned inside out and then exploded. What did you do?
It was a minor miscalculation. I've already corrected it for future experiments.
This is why people have a problem with your college, Nelagar.
Well, that's not nice. Whoa, there's a lot of smoke coming out of this little candle. Could he just sniff me? What would happen if I take his gold? He doesn't notice. Okay. Well, mine now. Probably not much going on in this inn. We'll look for something else. Whenever I was taking my coffee break earlier, I came across this Reddit story, because Reddit is my go-to for quiet entertainment. Watching, like, TikToks or YouTube shorts used to be my go-to, but I mean, like I just said, it's not quiet, so it's harder when you're in public, and I don't know, you can find a lot of interesting things on Reddit. I mean, you can find a lot of interesting things on TikTok as well, but also a lot of really dumb things. So at least Reddit shows me things from the subreddits that I've joined, so I know that it's things that I am interested in. But I came across this r/am I overreacting post, and it was about this poor woman whose fiance had spent $600 trying to get this one character in Genshin Impact. And apparently they were living paycheck to paycheck, and she was working 55 hours a week. And he was, I think, driving Uber while she was at work. I feel so horrible, and it sounds like they're going to break off their engagement, which it seems like is a good idea, but it's just so awful. I would be absolutely livid if my partner spent $600 on something dumb like that. And I know it's important to him, but it's not as important as real life. I would be livid. I feel awful for that woman. And of course, the people in the comments were on her side, because why wouldn't they be? It seemed like that person...
Bridge at your own peril.
I thought I would be able to walk right past her, I guess not.
Will not open. You shall not gain entry.
It's been a pleasure.
It doesn't sound like it's been a pleasure. Maybe I'll come back to her in a bit. But... what was I saying? Oh well. But yeah, the people in the comments were on her side. Because... obviously. And she had posted text screenshots of their conversation, her and her fiance, and he was trying to defend himself by saying that this character was really important to him and he had had the character as his wallpaper for a long time. But seriously, paying rent is important. Paying bills is important. Not pissing off your fiance is important. And if you can't trust, I mean, imagine if they got married and he put them into, you could ruin someone's life by marrying them and putting them into a bunch of debt. All over some silly game. Just ridiculous. And of course, I have no place to judge. I have my own issues, my own things that I shouldn't spend money on, but I do have, thankfully, an awareness of how much is too much. I wonder where we'll wander to next. I'll just keep following the path. Ooh, there's a goat. You know, the thing that made me pick Wood Elf the very first time I ever played Skyrim was because they had the command animal shout. No, not shout. The befriend. It's the powers that the different races have, and the Wood Elves have like a befriend animal power, and that you can use once a day. And honestly, the power is pretty useless. But I didn't know that whenever I first chose it, and I thought that it was so cool because I was either going to pick Khajiit because it's an animal person, and I know that makes me sound like a furry, but I just like animals. And so I was either going to pick Khajiit or I was going to pick Argonian, but then I read about the Wood Elf command animal thing, and they were an actual human, and I like elves. Well, yeah. So I picked that, the Wood Elf. And ever since then, I've been a Wood Elf on almost every playthrough. After the first time, I didn't pick Wood Elf for the shout, but I don't know, Wood Elf feels closest to my heart of all of them. Although, the Khajiit power to the fact that your unarmed attacks do more than a lot of the early game weapons is a pretty good power. And what else? They have night vision too, I think. I don't know, and I think they have like better sneak skills, but the Wood Elf archery is really nice because again, we all end up being sneak archers at some point or another, and having that be a little more powerful is handy. And then there's some mod, I forgot which one it is, but it's you can get like better racial perks or something. I forgot, but it adds, in order to unlock those better racial powers, it adds quests that are unique to each race. And the Wood Elf one is that you have to hunt down specific glowing green animals. And I think you have to hunt down like 25. I don't know if any of what I'm saying is making sense because I just kind of started going off into this direction, but you have to like hunt down 25 of these randomly glowing green animals, and all the glowing green animals have special loot, like gems and coins and stuff. And I don't even remember what the better racial perk that you get is from it, but I think it was something better than just the befriend animal power, but I don't really remember. But I like adding mods that make the game mechanics a little more interesting. Or well, I don't know. I like things like magic systems and like spells, shouts, etc., enchantments. So I like mods that add new ones and more interesting ones. I saw one once that a long time ago where you can place, so right, if you reverse pickpocket, oh my goodness, potions into people's pockets, then you can have those potions affect them. And I saw, oh no, it wasn't a potion. I think it was like a magic spell where you can sneakily put a spell on someone and then like 10 seconds later they collapse and die. So no one knows it was you because it had a delayed effect and you could do it sneakily. But it seemed pretty cool. So, but I'm like 80% sure that was from a mod, and I don't know what mod, because I just saw a video of it one time and didn't find out ever what mod it was from, but it might have been one of those like main overhaul, magic overhaul mods, I'm not sure, but it was pretty cool. I stepped away again for a quick break, and now I'm back, so I don't remember if we were talking about anything important. But here we are again. I'm a little unwell at the moment. Not like seriously unwell, but just in a chronic illness kind of way. But it's okay. We are doing a low spoons activity. So, and if you aren't familiar with the spoon theory of chronic illness, I forget who it was coined by, but it basically quote unquote spoons represents the energy that you have for the day. And some days you have more spoons, some days you have less. On a bad day, you might only be able to have enough energy to lay in bed and watch a show or something, whereas on a good day you might have the energy to go out, run errands, and be completely okay. On a bad day you might need to use a cane to get around. On a good day you might be perfectly fine walking toward I think I just got a quest. You might be perfectly fine parking at the end of a parking lot and walking all the way to the front. But the explanation of spoon theory is that, oh, it's a prisoner transport. I wonder why they don't just do it on wagons. This guy's feet are gonna freeze off. Oh, and the Khajiit caravan without their caravan. But anyway, the explanation of why it's spoons is because the woman who coined the term was trying to explain this energy imbalance to someone that she was, I think, at like a cafe with. And so she, in order to physically explain her point, she grabbed some spoons and laid them out on the table and like pushed a few forward to represent a day where she only has a little bit of energy, and pushed all of them forward to represent a day where she has a lot of energy, and then took spoons away one at a time to represent how doing, let's say, washing the dishes takes 2 spoons versus putting the groceries away takes 5 spoons, or, you know, or even like responding to text messages maybe takes 1 spoon. Either way, things like this, they do take, you don't think about it when you don't deal with this kind of stuff, and this is physically or mentally, because you can definitely have a spoon deficit if you've got mental stuff going on. Like maybe one day your depression or anxiety is worse than another day, and you only have it in you to do one thing. Maybe you don't even have it in you to get up and shower, because that takes spoons. And it's okay. It's totally okay, because hopefully tomorrow will be a better day. So it's hard to explain. It's hard for neurotypical / non-chronically ill people, non-disabled people to understand, and this is just a way to help them be able to visualize the concept. But spoons. So if you hear a chronically ill person mention not having the spoons for something, that's what they mean. They basically just mean the energy. And when you phrase it as not having the energy, it sounds like you're lazy. Because if you don't understand the fact that it's really hard to get the energy to do normal things whenever you've got a lot going on in your brain or body, it just sounds like you're a lazy person who doesn't want to wash the dishes, or gross person who doesn't want to shower. But it's not, that's not it. It's a genuine issue, and it just, but sometimes people will just get stuck in their ways, and there is no convincing them, no explaining it to them. And those people, they make things pretty hard, but it's not worth trying to convince them. It's something that I've learned, is that if they don't understand and refuse to understand, it's not worth trying to convince them, because they won't listen. So we stand strong, my fellow physically and mentally disabled people. We stand strong, and don't let those people get to us. But walking around Skyrim is a pretty low spoons activity. Coming up with things to say does take some spoons, but it's just a matter of, my brain is constantly going and going and going anyway, as long as I'm awake enough, because the coffee definitely helped. But as all I have to do is speak those thoughts out loud, those thoughts that would be churning in my mind anyway. So it's not too hard. Sometimes I have to filter myself, and that can take some mental energy, trying to figure out, should I say this or should I not say this? And I already may have said more than I should have said, but I don't know. This is me, authentically, genuinely me. And hopefully that's why you're here, to listen to someone ramble who is not afraid to speak what's on my mind. And maybe if you prefer content that's less focused on me and my issues, then I completely understand that. And I'll try to come up with, for future videos, I'll try to come up with things to talk about that are more general, less about myself. It's easy to talk about myself because I know that's a subject that I know better than anything else.
You come here where you're not wanted. You eat our food, you pollute our city with your stink, and you refuse to help the Stormcloaks.
We haven't taken a side because it's not our fight.
Hey, maybe the reason these Greyskins don't help in the war is because they're Imperial spies.
Imperial spies? You can't be serious.
Maybe we'll pay you a visit tonight, little spy. We got ways of finding out what you really are.
These people are horrible.
Do you hate the Dark Elves? Are you here to bully us and tell us to leave? You've come to the wrong city, then. Windhelm's a haven of prejudice and narrow thinking, unworthy of one such as you.
I wonder why they don't move. Maybe because Windhelm is so far from everything else.
Nothing new there. Most of the Nords living in Windhelm don't care much for us, but Rolf is the worst by far. He likes to get drunk and walk around the Grey Quarter yelling insults at us in the small hours of the morning. Oh, a real charmer, that one. Good to see you. All right, then.
Alright then. But yeah, maybe I can come up with something to talk about during these that's a little less about myself and a little less deep, but I'm not sure what that would be yet. I don't know, maybe I could talk about the things that I've learned about animals or something. I don't know. We'll see, I'll think of something. Let's go down to the Grey Quarter. I do not like Windhelm. Not only is it just an awful, dark, and murderous, racist city. Is that a skeever? Where is it? But it also, in my Xbox game, or my Xbox 360 game, I'm pretty sure Windhelm constantly crashed my game. It was something like that it caused a bunch of issues, but it was like constantly crashing my game, so I avoided it as much as possible. But also, the murder quest, if you don't do it immediately, like if you leave the city and come back later on, the blood trail that you're supposed to follow disappears, so you basically just have to look up the answer about where you're supposed to go. Oh my gosh. Wait, that's not even a skeever, that's just a rat. And I'm pretty sure it spawned in front of me. That's weird. I don't think I've ever seen a normal... Ooh, I forgot how to crouch, what? There we go. I don't think I've ever seen a normal rat. That's... wild. Well, no, it is just like a mini skeever, isn't it? Because it doesn't have a rat tail. That's weird. Let's go pet the dog. Hi, baby. Oh, I thought I had the Better Dogs mod. So, oh, I'm sorry. That lets you... You can't actually pet it, but there's like a dialogue option that says pet the dog, so you can pretend. He's got some weird feet, actually. Look at those feet. Oh, oh, excuse me, sir. What are you looking at? He's looking at the... No, he's not even looking at the dog. Is he? He's like looking at this corner. I don't know. What was I saying? Whoa. He looked like a yeti from the side. Skeever. It's a loud rat. But yeah, Windhelm sucks. I think that's Calcelmo's place, which is not somewhere I want to be. For very specific reasons. Calcelmo is not a good person. I wonder where the beggar lady who teaches you pickpocketing is. She's cool. That's a weird shoulder piece. You know what? Windhelm could be a nice, pretty city if it didn't have so many awful things happening here. And look at all these market stalls. This is fun. Oh, it's kind of making me want to go to a craft fair. Craft fairs are awesome. They're... Why is that cow look so small? What am I stuck on? Okay, well apparently I can't walk this way. Why not? Oh well. But craft fairs are awesome. You get to see all these cool things that people create. And everyone's stuff is so unique. It's got like a piece of them. And I think that that's super cool. I love artists of all types. Like painters, writers, musicians. You can see the pieces of them and the things that they make, and it's just you put a bit of your soul into. That's why small businesses are so much more interesting to support, because or to get to buy from, because maybe this is Cal Selmo's place. Probably. It's got the... Yeah. But yeah, it's fun to buy from a small business, because then you get something that was like really made with love versus just manufactured to make tons and tons of them. I know that's super cheesy, but it's true. But then there's things like this too, like obviously games like this were made by a big studio, but there's so much love poured into it. Like it's truly a labor of love. That's the term I was going for. Because you can see it's not just, and yeah, a lot of like the quests and stuff are copy paste in a way, because it's just retrieving something, killing a bandit camp leader and stuff, but there's so many big elaborate quests that are totally unique. Like the werewolf quests, even aside from the DLCs, like there's werewolves, there's the Dark Brotherhood, there's the Thieves Guild. All those are completely separate and unique from the main quest, with unique types of missions and interactions, and even things that you can, like benefits that your character gets, like turning into a werewolf. It's awesome. And I love to see, and I'm glad that Elder Scrolls 6 is taking so long to come out, because hopefully they're doing similar, where they're putting a bunch of effort into making it a masterpiece. And I know it probably won't have dragons, which is really unfortunate, but I will still play it. I didn't play Starfield, but I heard that it was not that great anyway. I'm much more into the fantasy type of experience versus like, I'm just not really into the space thing, which is why I didn't play Starfield. But that's just me. If you played it and you enjoyed it, I would love to know about it. I'd love to hear about it, because I haven't seen very good things, but I also know that a lot of times people will hate on something just because it's popular and they didn't meet their expectations. Like for example, I read the Fourth Wing series recently, and I avoided it for a really long time because I had read or seen bad things about it. Like I knew that it was super popular, but I had heard, I think specifically I had seen a bunch of TikTokers talking about how it wasn't as good as people made it out to be, so I avoided reading it. And But then whenever I eventually did read it, I realized that it actually was pretty good. And I enjoyed it a lot. And yes, it probably would be better under a different author, if we're being honest. But the story, the concept is great, and I think the author is a pretty good storyteller. Well, she's a good story generator, I guess. Like, she comes up with, the story that she came up with is good. But maybe she needs more fantasy writing experience, or just writing experience in general, because there's a lot of repetitiveness, and there are a lot of things that could be explained much better, things that weren't really thought out, and that's no hate to her at all, but I'm just saying I can understand why people have issues with it. But overall, I really enjoyed it.
With their false kings.
We've been soldiers a long time.
Wait, where
we
are
know
they?
the price of freedom, but people are still weighing things in their hearts.
What's left of Skyrim to wager?
They have families to think of.
How many of their sons and daughters follow your banner? We are their families.
Well put, friend. Tell me, Galmar, why do you fight for me?
I'd follow you into the depths of oblivion. You know that.
Yes, but why do you fight? If not for me, what then?
I'll die before elves dictate the fates of men. Are we not one in this?
I fight for the men I've held in my arms, dying on foreign soil. I fight for their wives and children whose names I heard whispered in their last breath. I fight for we few who did come home, only to find our country full of strangers wearing familiar faces. I fight for my people, impoverished to pay the debts of an empire too weak to rule them, yet brands them criminals for wanting to rule themselves. I fight so that all the fighting I've already done hasn't been for nothing. I fight because I must.
Your words give voice to what we all feel, Ulfric. And that's why you will be High King. But the day words are enough will be the day when soldiers like us are no longer needed.
I would gladly retire from the world, were such a day to dawn.
Aye, but in the meantime, we have a war to plan.
Say what you will about Ulfric, but I think his motivations are solid. Why? I don't really know what side of the Civil War is quote-unquote right, and I think that's the whole point. There's not supposed to be a right and wrong side. And I am all for being a rebel. And don't hate me for defending the Stormcloaks. But I think that their motivations are solid. And why are people in Skyrim allowing the elves to dictate who they can and can't worship? Oop. And I get it, like, if they believe that the gods would be offended by them revering Talos as one of them, then I can understand them not wanting people to worship him. But I don't know, let people believe what they want to believe. And besides, if we can talk to the gods, like, at least we know some people in Skyrim like the Dragonborn, unless the Dragonborn is the first person ever to be able to communicate with the Daedra, or the Aedra. But I doubt that's possible, or that that's true. If there are people who can talk to the gods, why don't we just ask them what they think? And then whatever it is that they want is what we do, because the gods can smite the cities if they want to. So let's do whatever makes them happy. Why don't we just ask them? I don't know. But I typically join the side of the Imperials just because whenever I first played, well, actually I've only done the Civil War questline once, the very first time. But I joined the Imperials that time because I had asked my friend which side I should join and they said Imperials, and I don't know why, but they did. And the Imperials do have the dragon logo, and that's pretty darn cool. So, but I think if I was to do it again, the reason I haven't done it since that first time is because I don't know what side to join. But if I was to do it again, at this point I probably would join the Stormcloaks, because I am all for sticking it to the man, and I am very much on the reject authority bandwagon. So, yeah. And don't hate me for that. Don't hate me. However, I do think that Ulfric cheated whenever he was fighting the High King of, like, the Jarl in Solitude. The High King of Skyrim, I think. I believe that shouting was cheating. Shouting, if you're not familiar with Skyrim, is it's like the dragon magic, but basically you speak certain words and they make magical effects happen. So if the High King did not know that Ulfric could do that and agree to letting him do that, then I think that Ulfric cheated by using shouts. I think that was, if they agreed to just a normal one-on-one fight with swords to the death. Whoa.
No, you don't want to go up there. A dragon, it's attacking.
Oh.
Well, I don't know. Not yet.
I don't think I've ever gotten this interaction.
Don't you know there's a dragon attacking?
Yeah, you just told me. I heard it. Well, if we come across a dragon, that's fine. Braidwood Inn. I'm doing it again. I'm talking more loudly than I should be. Hey, let's see. Was that the innkeeper? Or is it because... No, it must be because it's nighttime. No. Maybe that was the innkeeper. And she would have been in there. Is it still nighttime? I wasn't really paying attention. Morning, I guess. Maybe we go see the dragon. That could be fun. We shouldn't get attacked because I turned the AI detection off, but if the people from... Oh, there he is. If the people that are programmed to interact with me whenever I cross certain thresholds, get to certain places, if they still can talk to me, even though the AI is not supposed to detect me, then maybe this dragon, because it's part of a quest, will still know that I'm there. I don't know. We'll find out. It's not attacking anything, it's just flying around. I've been watching it to see if it uses a breath attack, and it's not. Which, the breath attacks are shouts. And one of the, like, tips, because it has the little tips whenever you're you open a loading screen. It hasn't been doing that, actually, whenever I've noticed the loading screens, whenever we've been walking around, there haven't been any tips. Or, well, I guess there aren't really tips so much as, like, explanations of things. It just gives you, like, a little tidbit of lore. But, where is he? Oh, there he is.
Salokunier, Zil Gro Dova Ursa.
He...
Slen Teed Fall.
Oh, that's Alduin! Duh, because he brings this dragon back. Oh, yeah.
Alduin Fury. Oantid Vokri Hash Rixation.
Ooh. I have an Alduin pop figure, and I love it so much. My mom got it for me. She's so cool.
Korav need no dove to hide. You do not even know our tongue, do you? Such arrogance to dare take for yourself the name of Nova. Sarukanir, Kridar, Jur.
I'm sorry, I named myself Dova just because I love you so much. I know you're evil, but dragons are so cool. So is he going to attack me? Doesn't look like it. I think he's just circling. Was it snowy here before? Or am I going crazy? Oh, it is still nighttime. Yeah, he's just gonna circle until I turn on the AI detection. Which, I'm not gonna do. Oh, it sounds like he landed somewhere. Oh, is that Delphine? Where is he? There. Delphine's waiting for me. She's just gonna sit here and stare at the dragon until I arrive, I guess. Oh well. I did figure out what part of the main quest I'm on. I'm on the Retrieve the Horn of Jurgen Windcaller quest, which means I shouldn't even know Delphine yet. Wait a minute. Because I'm pretty sure that's the quest where I go to retrieve it, and instead of it being there, there's just a note, and then I go and that's how I meet Delphine. So why is she already why did all that stuff at Kynes Grove already happen? If we're not even, I don't know. I'm not used to stumbling upon quest places early. Usually I like follow the main quest immediately. I guess that's the consequence, or well, now I'm learning what it's like to be a person who avoids the main quest and does everything else first. I'm not used to that. Is that, he's still, yeah, he's still flying around. Let's go down to the water, I guess. What city is that? I feel like not a real Skyrim nerd with how much I'm forgetting things. Wait, is this the city we were just in? Probably is. The one, no, this is... Oh yeah, this is back to the... Windhelm stables. Is that the same lady?
Need a ride? Until next time.
Tempted to take a horse, but we'll stay on foot. It'd be fun if we traveled to Solitude, but I'm trying to avoid opening menus, which is why I also haven't been checking the time. But maybe if we come across a road sign, we can see which way to get to Solitude. Solitude's a nice city. It's like the New York City of Skyrim. Whoa, that goat just fell from the sky. Well, the only way that it's like the New York City from Skyrim is because it's the biggest city in Skyrim. Otherwise, I didn't know that Windhelm had ports. You can tell how much I pay attention. One time I saw this post, I think it was maybe a Tumblr post from a while ago, where somebody was saying that they like to leave their treasures in random barrels and chests and stuff around the map, because then they can come across them later like a surprise. And then someone posted underneath that, like, who's gonna tell him? Because anything that you leave in a random chest will disappear after 3 days. So all that treasure that he left around Skyrim for himself is completely gone now. Where is the door? Oh, this... okay. No, it's locked. So that's unfortunate for him. But if you leave things in your, like, home chests, then you're good. They don't disappear. Have you ever tried to shoot down a hawk? It is super hard. Well, maybe if you're better aiming than I am, but I have a hard time aiming at where they're going to be versus... like, I know I have to aim where they're going to be and not where they are, but I have a hard time, I guess, predicting the trajectory of my arrow versus the speed that they're going through the air and if they're gonna turn. And they're pretty predictable. They fly in like the same pattern over and over. But I don't know. I've never been a good aim in real life or in games. Which is part of the reason that I like to play support characters when I'm playing like Overwatch. Oh, ow. A bear trap?
I was sure I heard something.
Nope, nothing. This is a broken down inn? Why does he look like he's got a magic effect of some kind on him?
Always have to fight back. Won't get one rusty scented from me. See how he likes that. Good morning.
Oh, good morning. I thought they were gonna attack me. They must just be regular hunters.
Yes?
I wonder why they're camped out here.
The important stuff.
Hmm. Where can I find a road? Guess we'll just go back to wandering. There's a wolf and a fox. That wolf has a... Oh no, it looked like he had a magic effect of some sort on him too. Let me pull up another story so that I have something to tell you about. What happened here? Someone stripped him. He won't talk to me. Oh, her too. Wonder what happened. Anyway. Oh, a spider. So I went skydiving a couple of years ago for my friend's birthday. And I think that there's something wrong with my brain. I know that there's something wrong with my brain, but for some reason, whenever I was up in the air, this is a pretty short story by the way, but whenever I was up in the air, my brain could not comprehend the fact that, like, I just couldn't really understand what it was seeing. Like, I knew that I was up in the air, but my brain couldn't comprehend the fact that it was real. Like, it just all felt so unreal to me. And the same whenever I revisited the Grand Canyon recently, in recent years. 'Cause the first time I visited it, I don't think I had this problem, but whenever I saw it again, I guess it was just so vast that my brain just couldn't really understand that what I was seeing was real. So, and it's not that, like, I thought that it was a painting, but just, like, it didn't feel real looking at it. So whenever I was skydiving, it, like, wasn't as thrilling as I expected it to be, simply because my brain couldn't understand that what I was seeing was real. And I know that doesn't really make sense, but if you've had a similar experience, I'd love to hear about it. I don't know why my brain did that, or what the implications of that are. Oh. But that's what my experience was like, unfortunately. And it was terrifying, like, whenever we were going to jump out of the plane. And it was fun whenever we were going down and my instructor gave me the control of the parachute so that I could, like, make us spin in circles. That was super fun. Apparently I made it spin too fast because he made me stop. I don't know. Once I was actually falling, the vastness of it was too much and made my brain shut down, I guess. It's the best way I have to explain it. This guy looks really skinny. What, he's in the wall. What? Poke. That's weird. Why is he in the wall? I feel like they would be attacking me. Normally. There's Winterhold again. Let's just go this way. Also, if you have any questions for me, I would be more than happy to answer them in a video. Or if it's a short question, I'll probably just answer in a comment, but if it's a question that's pretty in-depth, then I'll probably answer it in a video. What does he want?
Take this and hold on to it. I'll be back for it later. I'll pay you good. Don't lose it.
No time to talk. Snitch or double-cross me and I'll kill you. I mean it.
Yeah, okay.
No time to talk. Snitch or double-cross me
I
and
think
I'll
that
kill you.
person's about to kill you. No, they're after
Did you see
me.
someone run past just now? Great. Thanks. Bastard stole
I'm an
from me.
instigator.
I'll catch him though.
You get him. Get him. He's just... This is ridiculous. I won't do it. I won't interfere. Is he just gonna follow him around and not do anything? And the other guy's not even gonna run away? Okay. Well, you two have fun with that. We shall venture forth. I have, something unfortunate happened when I started recording this video. Well, not when I started recording, it happened just today. I recorded this video yesterday, which was a Saturday, and today I went to edit it only to find out none of my audio was captured. So this is, for once, pre-recorded footage visually, but audio-wise, I'm just going with the flow. And it really sucks because I was doing a good job of talking without stopping, and I don't know if I'll be able to replicate that again today. I was hoping I'd have time to record a new video today so that I could be a little bit ahead, but you know what? Life happens in mysterious ways, so here we are. But I fixed my AI detection issue from the last walking and talking that I did in Skyrim, where I had used the command TAI, which toggles the AI functionality rather than just their ability to detect you. So I found the original command that I had used, which is tdetect. And what that does is they can still function even if you're... Because with the last one, they just wouldn't do anything. Like, everything was so quiet because they wouldn't move, they wouldn't talk to each other, they wouldn't do anything. So now, with this command, they can still function without help. So, you know, they're living their lives that they would otherwise be living just as if I wasn't there. So we are essentially a ghost walking along the streets of Skyrim, through the cities, and watching people... It's kind of creepy, watching people existing without them knowing that we're here. But it's necessary because otherwise we'd get attacked by everything. And actually, I remember whenever I was trying to start this video, before I turned on the toggle detect command, I kept getting attacked by those Forsworn on the bridge at the beginning, and they kept killing me because even whenever I would turn on the T-detect command, they wouldn't stop attacking me. And so, but finally I had to, oh, this guy, he looks like a prisoner, but there's no one guarding him. But he's just mining and I don't know. But anyway, yeah, so they kept killing me. But finally I got to where I turned on the command and then reset, like reloaded, and then they finally ignored me. Which, Forsworn are a tough enemy when you're level 7, because I'm not very advanced in this playthrough. But also, I had forgotten, apparently my character's name is Derek. I think that back when I was streaming, somebody told me to name him that, but I completely forgot. And whenever I started this playthrough, I was using a mod called Badly Translated Skyrim, where basically what the mod creator did was take all of the dialogue in Skyrim, put it through Google Translate into 40 different languages, and then back to English. And so everything was super weird. And Jarl Balgriff became Jarl Big Ball, and which is really funny. And the septums are called dreams somehow, and there's wolves had this really weird long name that I can't remember this moment, but it sounded like an RPG or something like that. It was really weird. So, it was like Play Monster RPG Online or something. Like, that was what the wolves were called. It made no sense. So, yeah, but it was really funny. Maybe you know what, for April Fools, I should have made one of these videos with that mod on. I think that would have been really funny. But I'll save that for next year, and if you're listening to this right now, I guess you'll have a spoiler. And congratulations, you're in on a secret club. But yeah, so here we are, back in Skyrim. I wanted to answer a question that someone put in the comments of my last video, and I had it written down yesterday. I read the exact question off whenever I was recording yesterday, but I deleted it because I thought that the recording worked properly. So instead, I'm just going to let me find the comment. That way I can be a little more specific just to make sure. Okay, here it is. The question was, what is an idea for a mechanic / roleplay game in general you'd like to see? And I don't really know. I don't have a great answer for this, because I guess I don't really dream up new games that often, which is kind of crazy, because I think of like stories I'd like to see and stuff like that. Actually, you know what? A game focused on like dragon riding or being a dragon or something like that. I really like, I'll get back to this. So my original answer was like what I put in the comments, and what I was thinking originally was a game that has really good story alongside really good taming elements, like creature taming and breeding, where, especially with the breeding, I really like systems in games where the breeding is like on a gacha system, where you put two things together and you don't know what you're gonna get. Because like, if you think about breeding in Pokemon or breeding in... Oh, this little guy sounds kind of angry. But yeah, breeding in Pokemon or breeding in Ark, you know what you're gonna get because it's based on the parents. I mean, in Ark, you breed two raptors together, you're not gonna get a T-Rex. So, which, that makes sense, especially with a game like that. Like, it's more realistic, so I can appreciate breeding making sense. But plus it is a little on a gacha system because you can get mutations which cause random colors and random stat boosts. So, I like that. But for example, an example of like what I'm talking about, like in Pal World, you can breed two different pals and get a completely different pal. But that's not it's not really gacha at all, because which gacha just means like a random result, basically. You don't know what you're gonna get. And, ooh, what's in here? He died for 54 gold. Oh, sorry, buddy. But yeah, so gacha just means like a random result. So with Power World, it's not a gacha system because even though you can put 2 creatures in and get a completely different creature, it's preset. Like, you can look up breeding results. And that's nice, because if you want to get something like powerful or something that you don't have yet, then you can figure out what you need to do to produce that. But I like being able to just put things together and have it be like a chance at, you know, and yes, it can suck. With situations like that, it can suck. I don't think I've ever seen the deer this close actually acting. They're eating the rocks. But yeah, so I like it whenever it's like a chance to be able to breed what you're going for. And like, yeah, it can suck whenever you keep getting the wrong thing over and over again, but the feeling of that payoff whenever you get the thing that you've been trying to get, it feels so good. But yeah, so I like games that involve a heavy amount of taming, breeding, etc. Just like animal ownership. But the other thing I was gonna say is I like games where you can be a creature. And I don't mean that in a furry kind of way. Oh, wait, hang on. Let's see what he has to say. He's gonna stop me.
Alright, that's far enough. You know how this works. Gold here is 100 gold.
But he's not actually gonna attack me because he doesn't know that I'm here. He doesn't know that he doesn't know that I'm here, but he's gonna figure it out. What toll? Yeah, because he would attack me whenever I would say no.
Not a chance. Get him, boys.
But because he has no idea that I'm here, all he does is sheath his dagger and I can be on my way. But yeah, so in a not furry kind of way, I like being able to like be a creature in a game because I just think it's fun to be something that's not human. Like, animals, monsters, whatever, have different functionalities. They've got different skills because they have different body parts. Like, they can, 4 legs on the ground, can run a lot faster, or wings, or a monkey's tail, they can grab things. I think that's really cool, and I like being able to do that kind of stuff in games, especially flying. Being able to fly freely within a game is so much fun. Like, that's why I like riding around on griffins in Ark, because not only can you just go wherever you want to go, I mean, as you can with any flying creature, because it's an open world, but with griffins, they're so maneuverable and you can glide and dive and it's so fun. But yeah, so I like being able to be a creature in a game. And a game like that would appeal to me is like where you can be a dragon. And actually, you know what? The game The Isle, the dinosaur survival game The Isle, is kind of what I'm talking about, but because you can be a dinosaur in that game and run around and hunt other players and things like that. But I've only played a demo of it, and there was like nobody on the server that I was on at the time, but I don't know. And this was a couple of years ago, but it's been in early access for 10 years, and that's kind of crazy. I feel like it needs work. I mean, again, I haven't put that much time into it, and the time that I did play, there was like nobody on the server, so that obviously that changes things, but it, I don't know, a game like that, but that's like done right and fully developed, I guess that's what I would look for. And that's like, yeah, that's survival and not quite roleplay, but it is kind of roleplay, because like being a creature, that's roleplay. So to answer your question in a very long roundabout way, that kind of stuff is what I would like to see in... What is this tail doing? It's like twitching. My eek, my buddy. Yeah, that's what I would like to see. But anyway, another thing that I wanted to talk about was... So there's this person that I work with. He's a sales guy, and I'm very... not a big fan of salespeople, because their whole thing is they know how to manipulate people, and my controller disconnected. I've been having this issue because the cord that I use to connect my controller to the PC is like messed up somehow. Probably because of the way that I would set my headphones down, because it's my headphone charging cable, that I unplug my headphones because they're wireless, and then I plug in the controller. But yeah, probably because of the way I was like setting my headphones down kind of bent the cable, so it's probably my fault. But I just ordered a new one today, so hopefully it'll get here soon. It's not supposed to get here until Friday, but you know what? Having Amazon Prime whenever I did have it wasn't even worth it, because things still took a week to get to me, and then I was just paying $15 a month for nothing, essentially. And so what I do is, to get the free shipping, free quote-unquote shipping, I just put $35, like I wait to order things until I have $35 worth of things to order, and then I get free shipping automatically. And it used to be $25, but they raised it. Those jerks. But yeah, anyway, so I work with the sales guy, and I don't really like salespeople because their whole job is to manipulate people into buying things, to spending money, and I can't stand that. But I will admit, he is very good at his job. He's teaching me what it means to be really good at what you do, because he thinks outside of the box all the time. He's like, that's the way his brain just works. He doesn't have to work to think outside of the box. He just functions that way naturally. So he'll think of all these unique ways to like generate business that nobody else in the office would have ever thought of. Like finding people that have... It's hard to talk about this without going into too much detail about what I do, but basically, if he's just really good at what he does. He finds people, like companies that are doing something similar to what we're doing, but like, sorry, it's hard to talk about this without details, but anyway, I hope that I'm making sense. And that's not where I am, sir.
Sure I heard something.
Yeah, okay. But yeah, so it's just a reminder that... Oh, did that guy kill this? But this bunny is still alive. Right? Yeah, he's moving. Poor dear. Moving on. Yeah, he's a reminder that you can learn a lot if you just pay attention to what other people are doing. And it's a really special thing when you find someone who is really good at what they do. And of course it helps if you're passionate about what you're doing. I met someone recently who was telling me about how passionate he was about his job, and the way he was talking about it, listening to things that he said and why it meant so much to him, made me want to cry. Like, genuinely, I was tearing up because it was just beautiful to listen to him talk about how much it means to him to be able to change people's lives through his work. And that kind of passion is a rare thing, I feel like. People always say you need to find what you're passionate about, work in the area that you're passionate about, because if you love what you do, you never work a day in your life, blah blah blah. But it's not that easy. I mean, I haven't really felt like I have a passion in a long time. And growing up, I always felt like my passions were art and animals. But when I think about, and whenever I was growing up thinking about careers in those fields, I did feel passionate. I did feel excited and like I could take on the world. But now, thinking about doing... Oh. This must be a necromancer fort. Yeah, thinking about doing things in those fields, and I still like them, but I don't feel passionate about them in the way that I used to. And every idea that I come up with, things that I could do or businesses that I could start or whatever, I don't feel like the fire that I used to feel. And so it makes me feel like I just am not passionate anymore. Even though, I mean, I get excited about things still, and it's not like a depression thing. Like, I haven't been clinically depressed in years, thank God. But, like, I'm satisfied with life. But, obviously there are things I would want to improve. But that's just the way that life is. But yeah, I just don't feel like I feel super passionate about anything. I mean, for example, I like doing this, but and there's a lot of reasons I like doing this. I like knowing that I'm helping people, helping them sleep or helping them relax or keeping them company. And I like hearing that people think that I'm good at it. It helps me feel like I'm on the right path. And there are definitely days when I wake up and I'm like super excited to record a video, and I really enjoy doing this, but I wouldn't call it a passion. I don't know. And it is like a form of art. Content creation is a form of art. But I don't know. It's just a weird topic, I feel like, because passion is such a hard thing to truly define. Like, what kind of feeling do you have to get from something to consider it your passion? Because liking something and being passionate about it are two completely different things. And I feel like passion is whenever you feel like you've found your life's purpose. But so many of us don't feel like we've found that. And I don't know, maybe just... I don't know. And I think that purpose well, purpose and passion don't necessarily have to be intertwined, but finding your purpose doesn't necessarily have to be like the thing that you do for your job. It could be a hobby, a volunteer opportunity, or something. Or just the way that you take care of the people you love, or something like that. But yeah, I don't know. What if we go through life and don't end up finding that thing? I don't know. And I don't want to give the wrong idea. Like I said, I'm happy with my life. I enjoy doing this, and I don't feel like I'll be stuck in my full-time job forever, and it's okay. It's not super stressful or anything like that, so I'm lucky. I'm definitely recognize that I'm very lucky and blessed. But yeah, just some existential thoughts to for you to fall asleep to. I mean, if anyone of you has a beautiful story about how much you love what you're doing for a living and that you've found your passion, I would love to hear it, because I'm like I said, I just find it really beautiful whenever somebody's found their purpose in life, found their passion and what they feel like they were born to do. I think that's really amazing, and I love reading people's stories like that. So, if you feel like you've found your passion or your purpose, I'd love to hear your story. But speaking of stories, I wanted to talk about my driving anxiety. So, I have been in a few accidents in the past, and it was the third one, the most recent one. Well, not super recent, it was back in 2019, but I was unfortunately never able to shake the anxiety, so I think I might have like a minor form of PTSD from it, but let me start from the beginning. So my first car accident was in my senior year of high school. So I was in FFA, which, if you don't know what that is, it stands for Future Farmers of America. Super redneck sounding, because it was. Every kid in that club was a wannabe redneck. Like, before they entered high school, they did not have accents. But then, as soon as they got to high school, they started talking like this. And it was obviously super fake. But to each their own, I guess. But yeah, so in my first 3 years of high school, I raised pigs. Because in FFA, you could, like, do multiple things. Because you didn't have to raise an animal. You didn't really have to do anything. You could just join the club. But I don't know why you'd pay the club fees if you weren't gonna, like, do something with it. But you could raise an animal, you could do the floral arrangement competition. I feel like there were other things that I just can't remember right now. But I raised animals, and my first 3 years I raised pigs, which pigs are so cool. And I've heard that they're smarter than dogs. So that's pretty neat. Is this the same? I think that was the same wagon as earlier. The sky is so nice. I love the Skyrim night sky. So pretty. No Aurora Borealis tonight, though. Yeah, so my first 3 years I raised pigs, and the way that things worked for, like, we had a yearly livestock show, and which was held in February, and the exhibit center that they held the show at was just right down the street from the barn. So with the pigs, because you can't really, like, walk them over there. Pigs, you can't put a pig on a leash like you can with a goat or a sheep or a steer. So with the pigs, they would have trailers come over to the barn and then basically just like haul our pigs from the barn to the exhibit center. And you would ride with it, like you could either ride in the truck or you could ride in the trailer with the pigs. And I always chose the trailer, even though it was February, so it was freezing, but so the truck was warmer. But I felt bad leaving my pig by itself, so I'd always ride with my pig. But my 4th year, I raised a goat. And with goats, I mean, it's like I said a minute ago, you can put goats on a leash, like put reins around their head, and then reins, a harness, like that thing that you put around, like with a, anyway. But yeah, you can lead them on a leash down the street. So we were responsible for getting our own goats and lambs to the exhibit center. I had like a small car, a sedan, so I couldn't take Charlie, my goat, in the car. I had to just walk him down the street. And it, like I said, it was just down the street, so it wasn't a long walk, but that wasn't the problem. The problem was in the fact that because I had to do it myself, it meant I had to go park at the barn, get him, and instead of just like being able to park at the exhibit center and ride the trailer over to get the pig and then ride back. Because it was the night before the exhibition? The night before the livestock show, the barn was super crowded because all these people are, going, cleaning their stuff up, getting their animals out of there at the same time. And I was driving around looking for a parking spot, could not find one. Finally found one right at the front of the barn, which kind of convenient location, except for not at all convenient location, because the guy who was parked to the right of that spot was parked at an angle. So the spot was even tighter than it otherwise would have been. Plus I had to pull in on the right, which means I have less space to maneuver in like the street before I can pull in. I still hate parking on the right for that reason, because you don't have the space, but I don't know, sometimes you can like pull left a little bit first and then pull right, so that helps. But it was the only spot, the one and only spot, and whenever I was driving past it again, this trailer, like one of the pig trailers, comes down in between the park, like the driveway in between the parking spots toward me, but there wasn't enough room for me to be able to maneuver around him or anything like that, like drive past him, because it was like only enough space for one car in that spot, or in that area between the parking spots. And so I panicked because he was coming at me and I had nowhere to go. And I pulled into that spot, but I ended up hitting the back left corner of that guy's car, the one that I parked at an angle. But because I was still in the way of that stupid truck and trailer, and it's not the trailer truck driver's fault, it's my fault, but because I was still in the way, I just kept pulling forward. So the guy whose car that I hit was nearly fine. Like, it was $80 worth of damage, and that's it, because I only hit the back left corner, and I kept scraping the entire side of my car against just the corner of his car. But oh, the sound was horrible, and I was terrified. I was crying. And then I couldn't even, like, the guy who was next to me couldn't get into, I didn't see him, I never saw him, but he wouldn't have been able to get into his car because of how close I was, unless he got in on the passenger side. But I was like freaking out. I called my parents, and then I found my teacher, and she just so happened to know whose car it was. It was another student. I don't know how she knew whose car it was, but thank God that she did. So she contacted him and we got in contact, like my parents with his parents, and because it was so little damage to his car, we didn't go through insurance, which thank goodness, because it's such a dumb thing to have to raise insurance for. And plus, since I was under 25, my insurance was already super expensive. But so yeah, that was my first accident, 100% my fault, and the whole side of my car looked horrible. It was so dented and scratched. And is she sleeping with her eyes open? Oh, that's scary. That's terrifying. Ugh.
Fate is the name. I keep the inn.
Why are you sleeping with your eyes open? Oh my gosh. She looks kind of scarily pleasant. Like, what is with that face? She's smiling at me and I just woke her up.
All right, then.
Okay. But yeah, so that was my first car accident. The second one wasn't really like a car accident. It was just like I did damage to my own car because when I was in college, my first year of college, I stayed in the dorms, and it was like an apartment style dorm and it had a parking garage underneath it. So in the parking garage, I like to park next to the columns, the what's the word? Not cement columns, because if I parked next to a column, it meant that at least on one side of my car, nobody could park next to me. And of course, that's the preference. So I had parked next to a column one day. Never had a problem before, and I don't know what happened this time. I must have like pulled into the spot at an angle and then backed up straight or something. But as I'm backing up, going like 1 to 2 miles an hour, mind you, my mirror hits the concrete pillar. And at first I thought I broke my mirror off because I didn't know mirrors could fold forward. I thought they could only fold like in toward the door. But apparently they can fold backwards too, which I guess for situations like that where things like exactly like that happen and then you get stuck with so that you don't break your mirror off. But sorry, I think my controller stopped working again. But yeah, so I think that's why they do that, and I appreciate them for making mirrors do that. But yeah, so maybe now you know, or maybe hopefully your car does that too, just in case you ever get in a similar situation. But yeah, so my mirror wasn't broken off, thank goodness, and the actual glass of the mirror was okay. I just broke off pieces of the plastic shell around it. So pretty much just cosmetic damage. What I did to my door too for the first accident was also just cosmetic damage. Like it didn't damage the stuff inside the door, like the what's the word? The electronics inside the door, thankfully. But what is she staring at?
Good morning.
Good morning. But yeah, so thankfully it didn't damage the electronics inside the door. It was just cosmetic damage, and then same for when I hit my mirror on the column. But it was my third accident that really messed me up mentally. And so before this accident, another incident had happened where I was coming home from... I used to work at a vet clinic, and I keep ending up somehow in jobs that are 30 plus minutes away of a drive from where I live. So that was this job. I had to drive 30 minutes to get to this clinic, which was in a different town. And on my way home, I was driving on a road where the speed limit was 80 miles an hour because it was like a country back road and hardly anyone drove on it. It was pretty much just straight shot. So the speed limit was 80 miles an hour and it dropped down to 75 at one point, but 80 miles an hour. So as I'm driving, there's a truck that, like, I guess he's driving kind of with me. I think we were driving similar speed. Neither of us was really passing the other. But at one point, as I'm pulling up next to him, like in my lane, I was in the left lane, he was in the right lane, and as I'm pulling up next to him, all of a sudden, he's inches away from my car, as if he was trying to merge into my lane but didn't realize that I was there until the last second. So, in a desperate attempt to avoid being hit, I swerved to the left, but because I was going 80 miles an hour, and also there was a ditch between our side of the road and the side of the road that was driving the other way, the opposite way. So I swerved to the left towards this ditch, and then my car just starts fishtailing as I'm desperately fighting to straighten out, pulling back to the right, pulling to the left, pulling the steering wheel to the right. And I did it for several seconds before I finally regained control of the car. But that scarred me for a while. That made me terrified of driving next to people. I think this stuff is from my JK's Skyrim mod that adds extra things, makes things a little more immersive. Pretty cool. Because I feel like there's a lot more in this town than I remember there being. There's also a lot of horses. Interesting. But yeah, so that incident left me.
Stranger. Make yourself
Don't
useful
you mean?
and chop up some firewood. There's a few coins in it for you.
Sounds like you're having some trouble with your wife, even though I didn't see you interact with her or talk about her.
Her name's Olda. If you've met her, then you probably already know what I'm talking about.
I have
I
not.
swear that woman is the most spiteful shrew in all of Skyrim. I think there's a chunk of ice where her heart ought to be.
Why did you marry her?
Alright then.
Alright then. Wait.
The Greybeards have summoned the Dragonborn to High Hrothgar.
Hey, that's me.
Such a thing has not happened for hundreds of years.
Don't push me, that's rude. But yeah, so that incident left me scarred for a while when it comes to driving next to people. Because, like, what I had to do was drive super fast to, I think this is Olda. Come back to her. But yes, I had to drive super fast, or like every time I wanted to pass a car, I would wait until I had a clearing in front of me to be able to just go super fast past them, because I was terrified that they were going to be like that truck and not see me and try to merge into me, and then that was going to happen again. Thankfully, I have mostly gotten past that, but yeah, that was not fun. Not a fun fear to have. But the accident that really messed me up was back in 2019 when I was... I went with my roommates to see Frozen 2, and they had convinced me to drive, which normally, like, one of my roommates would drive, but she said that her car, the check engine light had come on or something, so, and the other one said the same thing, so I drove. And getting to the movie was fine, but getting home from the movie is where things went horribly wrong. Because whenever I was on my way home from the movie theater with my 2 roommates in my car. So, to try to give some context, I was on the feeder road next to a highway, and it was a 2-lane feeder road, but I was driving past a part where a U-turn lane merged into the left lane, and I was in the right lane, so I wasn't part of the lane that was getting merged into. But even if I was, it would not have been my responsibility to yield to the cars in the U-turn lane. It was their responsibility to yield. So you can kind of see where I'm going with this. I was in the right lane, like I said, and just driving along when all of a sudden, out of absolutely nowhere, a car sideswipes me, like, from behind. And from my perspective, all that I saw was there was a car kind of behind me, driving past me. As soon as that car moves out of the way, bam, here comes this other car. Like, just, I see her, and then she's hitting me. It was like she came out of nowhere. So, we pull into a nearby parking lot, and my silly self, for some reason, fully expected her to come out of the car and apologize and, like, explain what happened. Silly me. Instead, she comes out and she starts accusing me. She starts going, "Did you not see me? Did you not see me?" And I was like, "What are you talking about?" And she was like, you sped up to get in my way so that I couldn't get into the lane." I was like, "What, you, huh? I didn't even see you, and you came at me from behind. Like, what? If I was speeding up, it would have been to get out of your way, but I wasn't, because I didn't even see her coming." It was crazy. And so she calls the police, and the police officer gets there. He looks at the cars, takes our stories, and he's like, "Ma'am," like, talking to the other lady, he was like, "Ma'am, by looking at the cars, I can tell that this was on you. Like, it's okay, it happens, but it's pretty obvious that this was your fault." And the crazy thing was, so for insurance purposes, people inside your car don't count as witnesses, but, because, I mean, they're biased, but, so my roommates were corroborating my story. I think I'm using that word right. They were agreeing with my story. But the wild thing is that the lady who hit me, the guy who was in her car, which he seemed like maybe a teenager, but he told the police that it was her fault. He was like, "Yeah, she thought she had enough time, but she didn't. Like, enough time to move over into the lane, and not hit me, I guess." I don't... It was just really funny. But not funny at all, because it left me with so much emotional trauma.
Are you a soldier? One day, I'm going to be a soldier.
I don't think that's something you want to aspire to, kid. But anyway, it left me with so much emotional trauma and driving anxiety to this day. But it wasn't like specifically the accident. It was her reaction to the accident. Because the accident itself, not that bad. But, well, all things considered. It was her reaction blaming me, but also the fact that I assume she was fighting it really hard on her side with insurance, but we were out thousands of dollars to fix my car for a long time. Like, I think it was at least a couple of months. And the pressure of that was so... I was putting so much pressure on myself, and I was so anxious about the money.
Well, don't bother. He's a drunk.
Your husband drinking too much? I did meet him, actually. Is she bald? I don't think she has hair.
He promised me, swore on his ancestors that he'd give up the mead. And what do I find out? He's been stashing drink in a cave nearby. He even has some wolves guarding.
So he's an alcoholic.
Nice.
He has wolves guarding it? That's kind of cool.
Out his tongue. That would be the end of it.
You can still drink without a tongue. I could get your husband's stash for you.
To try, but I'll keep my dagger sharpened just in case.
What, to stab him? Oh, for the
help
tongue.
Yourself to any drink you find, but bring me the bottle of Dragon's Breath mead. It's his favorite, so I know he has one there.
Okay. Wait, Dragon's Breath? Is that like Fireball?
Oh, I openly welcome the presence of armed strangers who have no reason to care about any of us. Of course it bothers me.
Okay, sorry.
I'm sure it's only a matter of time until they seize our mill in the name of their war effort. Next thing you know, there'll be more guards, and then we'll lose our homes as well. This is just the start of it. Mark my words.
Whatever you say. Does your family that own the lumber mill? What? Who edited this line? Does your family that own the lumber mill? I guess it means like, is it your family that owns the lumber mill? Mill?
Barely. He'll lose it soon enough. He's behind on his loan payments, but he drinks all his money away just the same. Now we're deep in debt, penniless, and about to lose our souls.
Oh my gosh, she wasn't even holding the broom for a second.
Until next time.
It was like next to her hands but still moving. Anyway, but yeah, so the reason that accident messed me up so much is because I was putting so much pressure on myself. Because thankfully my parents helped me cover it while we waited for insurance to pay it. But I felt so guilty about them being out so much money, and if I had to end up paying them back for it if insurance didn't cover it, that was a lot of money for a college kid. I had next to nothing to my name. So having that guilt and pressure and financial anxiety weighing down on me that whole time, plus like the fact that the lady yelled at me for her mistake, it just all messed me up really badly mentally. And so even to this day, 5.5 years later, I still struggle with driving. I'm constantly afraid that, I mean, there's dumb people on the road everywhere you go, but especially if I'm driving on a road that I'm not familiar with, I just get super anxious, super anxious. And I used to love driving. I used to love being like the person who would drive my friends around. I don't know why. It cost me a lot of gas. Well, that was back in high school whenever my parents were paying for the gas. So maybe that's why. But man, it was a lot can change. I am a way more anxious person than I used to be. And I blame it on the fact that I was born in the year of the rabbit. Because rabbits are just little balls of anxiety, and so am I. So, but yeah, I've developed a lot more anxiety in my adult life. Oh, they're looking for the red card woman.
Brother, I think she's telling the truth.
I'm not going anywhere. Now back off before I do something drastic.
She doesn't have the scar. What? Oh, you're right. We've made a mistake. Now move along before that mouth of yours gets you into trouble.
Wow.
Next time you're looking to pester someone, make sure it's the right person.
You people are harassing her, and you're gonna be mean to her like that? Dude. Rude. Ugh. Oh, talking to that guard earlier reminded me too. I had an unfortunate thing happen where, so I have every rare once in a while, once in a blue moon, I feel like making a sticker. Like a cute little cartoon sticker.
Traveler. One itinerant minstrel and wandering wastrel.
Oh, you're a bard.
Good day.
You know what? Actually, I will make a request.
Generous fellow traveler. But of course.
Let's go with the Dragonborn Comes. I like that one. It's not my... it's like probably my second favorite after Tale of the Tongues, the one about Alduin. But I have not beaten Alduin in this playthrough, so it's not available to me yet. But that's okay. We can listen to this one.
Ysmir's blessing on you.
Well, thank you.
This one's a favorite of mine. A legend
Like how
we
he took a
all
few
know
steps
and
forward
love.
to sing next to the tree.
Our hero claims a warrior's heart. I tell you, the Dragonborn comes. Where the voice-wielding power of the ancient Nord art. Believe, the Dragonborn comes. It's an end to the evil of all Skyrim's foes. Beware, the Dragonborn comes. For the darkness has passed, and the legend yet grows. You'll know the Dragonborn's come.
Very beautiful. Thank you, sir. 25 gold well spent. Anyway, back to the story. So every once in a while, I feel like making a sticker. Like, just a little cartoon drawing that... Well, I don't know, just whatever I feel like drawing at the time, I guess. But years ago, I made this little drawing of a Skyrim guard, specifically a Whiterun guard, sitting on the floor, holding his knee. Or, well, no, I think his hands are on the floor. Anyway, sitting on the floor with an arrow in his knee. Because if you know this game, you know exactly why. And it's been up. I had it posted on Redbubble, for years with no issues. And I wasn't even making money off of it because you have to hit a $20 threshold to withdraw money. And I was only making a sale like once every few months, which was fine with me. I knew I wasn't going to make money off of it. I just like the idea of someone walking around out there with my art stuck to their water bottle or laptop or, whatever. I think that's pretty cool. It's like somebody liked my work enough to want to show it off. I think that's awesome. Or to want to own it, I guess. But I got an email a couple of days ago saying that somebody reported it for copyright infringement. And I don't even know if technically it is copyright infringement. I don't know the law. And I'm not going to repost it or anything. I get it. But because it was my own original work. I didn't write Skyrim in the title. The design was based on a Skyrim guard, but I don't know if you can copyright an outfit like that. And you can't copyright arrow to the knee. Do they have that copyrighted? I don't know. I don't think so. But yeah, so it got taken down, which, like I said, I wasn't making money off of it, so it's not like it was a financial hit, but it's just sad. It's been up for years. And the crazy thing is, if you go on Redbubble and you if you search Skyrim or any IP, specifically the Skyrim one pulls up just a bunch of PNGs that look like they're ripped straight from the game. Like the Imperial logo and the quest marker and things like that are it's not stuff that people designed. It was, ooh, I forgot about this. Let's just walk past. It's a little too gory. Might disturb our peace. I can't believe we're still... Oh no, I do not want anything from you, stranger. I know who you are. How are we still hearing their voices? We're this far away. I feel like Ulfric is in the wrong. I feel like... I don't know the actual law on challenging the High King. And if you're a Stormcloak supporter, just hear me out. But I don't know the law for challenging a High King. But I feel like if the High King didn't know that Ulfric could shout, it just feels like cheating to me. Because what he thought he was agreeing to was a sword fight.
I don't want to talk.
Oh no, it's an orphan.
Vines, bless your kind heart. Bye now, man. You're the best.
I am the best, you're right. But yeah, so he thought he was agreeing to a sword fight, and like, maybe it wouldn't have been equal, maybe one of them would be better than the other, and then, but that's like the whole point. But it wasn't a sword fight. Ulfric yelled at him and he died. That's not fair. Like, are mages allowed to to challenge the High King in a sword versus spell fight? Because if not, then shouts shouldn't be allowed either. But if it technically is allowed and they let him off for that, then they shouldn't be beheading Uncle Rogvir at the front of Solitude like that, at the entrance of Solitude, because all he did was, if they do consider it a fair fight, then Rogvir didn't do anything wrong by letting Ulfric out. But I don't think Rogvir's in the wrong, like, you know, if whatever, but doesn't matter because he's unfortunately gonna die anyway. But spoilers, sorry. I think that Ulfric was in the wrong. I think that, like I said, I don't know the law. It might have been technically allowed, but if you're agreeing to what you think is a sword fight, and then some guy yells at you, and you die, that's not fair. How is that fair? So yeah, that's my stance on it. I don't know whether the Stormcloaks or the Imperials are right. And I think that's the whole point. None of them are right. Oh, okay, I guess I can't knock this down until the wedding. Oh well. Yeah, I think the whole point of the Civil War questline is that neither of them are right or wrong 100%. They're right in certain things, wrong in other things, and that's the whole point. Which makes it hard to pick a side. It's just kind of, you just have to pick with whatever resonates with you the most. And whenever I first played, a friend of mine convinced me to join the Imperials, and I like the Imperial logo. So it's a dragon. They already had a lot going for them in my eyes. But other than my disagreement with the way that Ulfric handled the fight, I think that the Stormcloaks kind of resonate with me more nowadays, because I'm... Oh, she's praying.
Blessings of the 8 divines upon you. How may I help?
One of the alcoves up front is empty.
Ah, yes. That once held the shrine to Talos. But the worship of Talos was banned by the White Gold Concordat some time ago.
What's the White Gold Concordat?
It's the peace treaty that ended the war with the elves of the Aldmeri Dominion. The Dominion recognized the heresy of proclaiming Talos a god. Talos was a great man and a great emperor, but that does not make him a god. No matter how much the storm...
That's another thing.
The strong and honorable
Is Talos a god? Is Pluto a planet? But yeah, so I like the whole rebel thing. I have a problem with authority, so I resonate with the rebellion, but I disagree with Ulfric's methods, so I don't know. I don't think that... Maybe if I was to play... I haven't played the Civil War questline since that first time, but maybe if I was to play it again, I would choose to side with the Stormcloaks. I don't really know. I've avoided the questline because I don't know who I'd side with. I mean, if I did the Imperials the first time, I guess for my completionist side of myself, I could commit to the Stormcloaks, but... And like I said, I do resonate with them a lot, so... Yeah. Sorry if that offends any Imperial supporters. But that's where I'm at. And then the other thing, though, is Talos. Is he a man or is he a god? Like, can you just become... It's like a Jesus situation. But should Talos be considered a god? One of the divines? I need to look into it more. What did he do to make himself
I'm telling you, Ulfric's planning
be
an
considered a
attack on
divine?
He'd be insane to try. He doesn't have the men.
That's not
Why would
what
he
my
attack
scouts report,
Jarl
sir.
Big Ball?
Every day more join his cause. Riften, Dawnstar, and Winterhold support him.
It's not a cause.
Oh,
It's a
this
rebellion.
leads nowhere.
Call it whatever you like, General. The man's going to try to take Whiterun.
Jarl Balgruuf.
Balgruuf
Hmm.
refuses the Legion's right to garrison troops in his city. On the other hand, he also refuses to acknowledge Ulfric's claim.
Well, if he wants to stand
Jarl
outside
Big Ball's trying to stay neutral. But if you don't pick a side, you'll just get overrun by whichever one's more powerful. Hmm. And that's the whole basis of that part of the Civil War quest where you decide the outcome based on which side you picked. Oh, one time in Solitude, this is totally off topic, but one time in Solitude I came out of a building and then like fell into a manhole and I was just under the map, like in the area where you can get to the chests, the merchant chests and stuff. So that was wild. I've never had that happen since, but it was interesting. It was in my very first playthrough on the Xbox 360, so, you know, it was a little... There have been a couple of updates to the game, new versions since then, so probably wouldn't happen again. But yeah, Talos, man or god? Give me your thoughts. Either way, I don't think we should be telling people what to believe. I mean, it's just like in real life. You tell people what to believe, you cause a lot more issues than just... You just let them believe whatever they want to believe. I think my controller disconnected again. There we go. Hello?
Sabine Stentor has a grasp of magical theory that I would never have expected from a human, even a Breton.
Oh, you sound impressed.
No, that honor is Sabine Stentor's. A smart man steers clear of Stentor.
Smart.
And keeps himself out of the dungeon when she's having a bad day.
Wait, he said smart man and himself, but then he said she's. And the subtitles said herself and smart woman.
Let's just say that the headsman's axe may not be the worst way for a Solitude jail prisoner to die.
That's scary.
I've told you to watch your tongue, and mine is waggling. I've said enough.
Oh, are you scared of him? Is that why you're talking?
You are free to leave.
Thanks for the permission, I guess. Why's that lady standing next to the guard?
The roads are beset by bandits and beasts, and now there's even
And there's a lot of stuff going on in Solitude today.
I swear to you, unnatural magics are coming from that cave. There are strange noises and lights.
But yeah, we can't tell people what to believe, or there ends up being uprisings, revolutions, and just it's not cool. People need to be able to believe in whatever they want to believe in, find hope where they can, because otherwise you have a bunch of people who feel lost and hopeless and persecuted, and that's not a fun world to live in. This is a pretty nice master bedroom.
Someone take care of the cave as well, Varnius. Rest easy. You're dismissed.
Steward, I will need the following reagents for my studies. Please see to that.
Somewhere around here is the Wabajack quest, but I can't remember where. I think I need to find that guy in Solitude who has... Isn't it like a guy has Pelagius's hip bone or something? And, or, wait. Is that the right person? Sheogorath has the Wabajack. It's his Daedric quest. I feel like it is Pelagius's hip bone. But who's Pelagius? Was he an emperor? I do not know. Oh well. Yeah, so let's see if I've got any other stories to tell.
Is it that time again already? Very well. Let's meet this evening and make the arrangements.
Oh, well done.
Well,
Very subtle.
okay, so I am a big sister to a little brother who is 6 years younger than me.
You must forgive me.
Well, you can hear the people so well, even through floors.
I should very much like to see you try it, my dear steward.
I feel like
Both of you, you're acting like children.
Sheogorath's quest is somewhere. Oh wait, no. This is back to the main. But yeah, so my brother is 6 years younger than me, so whenever I was a kid, he was an even littler kid. And man, younger siblings are menaces. We did not get along in our childhood at all. I guess it was the age gap. Probably wasn't even like the gender difference. Probably just I mean, siblings, like, they don't really get along anyway, but probably the age gap was the main issue. We were constantly fighting. I feel bad for my poor mom, but she would say, like, when you have kids, I hope that they act like this so that you... Oh, my controller again. I hope they act like this so that you can see what it's like. But, joke's on her. I don't plan on having kids. So, I guess I win. Oh, the Thieves Guild marked this place. I forget what that symbol means. Is that the safe house symbol? I don't know. But yeah, so... joke's on you, Mom. And then there was this one time when my brother was a baby. Just a little baby. He didn't mean to do this. But he scratched my mom's eye, and she had to wear an eye patch like a pirate for, I don't remember how long it was, because I was very young. But wait, is that the guy who gives me the hip bone? The guy that we just passed? I don't know. He looked like it, I think. He had those dark, shady eyes. But yeah, so she had to wear an eye patch, and I think, if I remember right, she said that like a little kid asked if she was a pirate or something like that. But at least she said she felt like a pirate. But man, younger siblings, am I right? He would always start stuff with me. I always finished it. I would finish a fight, but he would intentionally do stuff to annoy me, as younger siblings do. And as adults, we have gotten pretty close. You know, sometimes we still upset each other a little bit, but we can actually, like, we hang out sometimes and, like, tell each other things that, in ways, like, showing trust in ways that we never would have done as kids. So it's kind of crazy how your relationship with your siblings evolves as you get older. And I appreciate that. I appreciate the relationship that we have now. But I've come to realize he does not need me. He's doing a perfectly fine job of living his life and growing into the person that he's gonna be and figuring things out. spends a lot of time with his friends, which is good. But he doesn't need me. And that's a good thing. I don't have to feel like I'm tied to this city so I don't leave him behind or anything like that. But yeah. It's just a weird feeling when someone who you feel the need to take care of shows you that I don't need you anymore. And I have been walking around in circles, I think. I keep running into this guy. I feel like I'm lost. I don't remember how to get out of this city. Oh, I think this is the Bard's College up here on the left. I think. No? Yes? I don't know. Oh well. So here's the palace again. Where's the exit to the city? I mean, I like Solitude. I like that it's a big city with a lot going on. But I'm just confused. Not this way. Must be that way. Like through that. I was thinking that that was like the military section where we saw the guards training and the what's her name, general talking. But maybe that is the way out. Here's oh, that guy again. There's the kids. Yeah, gotta be this way. But for the first time, one of these videos that I made, quote unquote, blew up. Like nothing crazy, just a couple thousand views, but that's awesome. That's a couple thousand more views than my videos normally get, and I think that that was so cool. But the coolest part of it was seeing the comments come in from people telling me how much they like thought that what I was doing was awesome and like really cool, unique, and that it helped them. I love seeing that I'm helping people. Like that's why I do this, because I'm not making money from it. But I do this, at least not at this point. I do this because I like knowing that even if it's just one person, I like knowing that I'm able to provide something that helps someone. And I never thought that, well, I guess I never saw coming that I would be in this sort of niche, that like this would be the way that I was helping people. But I mean, I'm not complaining. I think it's really cool. I really enjoy what I'm doing, and I think that I've not unintentionally, but kind of fallen into a role that I can fill pretty well. And it took me a long time to decide even what types of videos I wanted to make, because, well, I went through a long kind of back and forth between, I have 2 channels, and between those 2 channels, I kept coming up with all these ideas for videos that I wanted to make, and like it wasn't the idea generation that I was having a hard time with, because within niche, I was trying to find, they always tell you gotta pick a niche, you gotta find a niche that like people aren't doing so that you can build an audience there, and then you can like spread out, go bigger. But I kept coming up with these different ideas that felt like solid ideas. Maybe some of them a little less solid than others, but generally felt like solid ideas. And I would try them, and then I'd feel like, you know what? No, I don't like this for this or that reason. Like either it didn't perform as well. I mean, of course they weren't going to perform very well. Like, I was just starting out. I didn't have an audience. The algorithm didn't know what I was doing because I was changing my content every week. But I was basically just throwing things at the wall to see what stuck because, I mean, when you don't have viewers, that's the perfect time to just try stuff. So I was just trying stuff. I was doing whatever I felt like doing because I had the freedom to do that. And I came up with so many different niche ideas. I guess I won't get too specific in case I well, no, cuz I'll be specific. Some of them I did try and they're like visible. Some of them I never tried, but between my two channels, I had several different types of video that I tried. So with this one, with my Dova Tales channel, I actually for a brief moment was Dova Talks because I wanted to do like self-help type videos, like personal development. So I felt like Dova Talks because I was just talking to the camera, but whenever I started doing like sleep stories and meditations and stuff, I changed it to Dova Tales, which I feel is a pretty clever name because it's a play on Dragon Tales, because Dova means dragon in Skyrim. So I'm pretty happy with the name, and it wasn't taken or anything, so I feel like it worked out. Plus it goes with my username. My other channel is...
I take care of the horses and the goats and the chickens.
Another orphan.
And the garden.
I feel so bad because I just want to adopt all the children.
Everyone feels
but I
sorry
can't.
for me, so they don't treat me too bad, but...
Sorry, for what?
Both my parents were in the Legion. There was an ambush. Kayla said she'd feed me if I could make myself useful. I'd take care of the animals, run errands, that kind of thing. I guess it could be worse, but I'm sick of sleeping outside with the horses. I want a real home, real parents, not this.
I'm sorry, I don't have a house. And I don't think I have the mod installed where I can have multiple... I need to get the mod where I can have multiple adoptions because I feel so bad for all these poor kids who need homes. Ugh. I'm sorry, kid. I wish I could help you.
Until next time.
Until next time. But yeah, so between my two channels, I tried so many different ideas. I had originally considered my other channel to be my main one. This one has developed into my main one, but I was like protecting it because I was kind of trying things here on this channel and then saving my main channel until I knew what I wanted my like main content to be, because I didn't want to mess up the audience or algorithm on that channel by trying a bunch of different things and like collecting audience members who like completely different types of content. But also my plan was for that channel to be a lot more energetic. This is my relaxed channel. Even whenever I was doing like self-help content, it was a lot more relaxed. And then I started getting into meditations, and then I started getting into sleep stories, and we've evolved from there. But this was always, or until recently, this was intended to be my second channel. So I kind of started on this channel, moved to the other channel, and then moved back to this channel, but like also kind of mixed my content between... Let me just start from the beginning. The first video... Well, the first video that I tried to make that I never actually put together was I wanted to do like gaming videos, and so I was like, well, I should do Ark challenge videos because there's some people doing that out there, and I really love Ark. And I thought it would be fun, and I thought I could tell a pretty fun, cool story with, like, I can be a pretty decent storyteller sometimes. I thought I could be funny. So my original plan was to do a playthrough of Ark where every dino is an alpha, and if you don't know Ark, then the alpha dinos are more powerful versions, basically just like versions of regular dinos that are bigger and have a ton more health. And normally there's only certain dinos that can be alphas, but I had installed a mod which allows all dinos to be able to spawn in as alphas. And then what I did was I went into, you can like change the odds of an alpha spawning in, and I changed the odds from 2% to 100% so that every single dino was an alpha. And it was really hard until I got my first, you know what, there were a bunch of unexpected challenges that I didn't see coming with that. Like, first of all, as far as challenges that I did see coming, it was very difficult to survive, but once I got my first dino, I mean, my dino, because alphas have tons of health, my dino had tons of health, so at that point I didn't really have much of an issue anymore. But what I didn't see coming is the fact that for some reason the alpha dinos, like, there were certain things that they just couldn't do that they normally would be able to do. Like, I tamed a stegosaurus because I needed to harvest berries to make, oh, that was another thing, is it was so hard. They had such high torpidity levels to where I couldn't, and basically that just means like how many narcotic arrows do I have to shoot, or trank arrows do I have to shoot into it to make it fall asleep so that I can tame it. And it had such a high level of that, so that I spent half an hour trying to knock out a single stegosaurus, which normally that's like a 5-minute job, especially for a lower level one. A lower level one can be like a couple of seconds. But I spent half an hour trying to knock this thing out and had to keep making arrows as I was going because I kept running out. It took me hundreds of arrows. Oh, so that was a lot. Oh, another one of these guys.
Take this and hold on to it. I'll be back for it later. I'll pay you good. Don't lose it. No time to talk. Snitch or double-cross me and I'll kill you. I mean it.
Whatever you say. And yep, there he is. He's right there, dude. He's right here. Oh my gosh, these guys are stupid. Hello.
Did you see someone run past just now?
Yeah, he's literally right behind me. Yeah, he went that way.
Great. Thanks. Bastard stole from me.
I know.
I'll catch him, though.
I'll protect the thief next time, I guess. I don't know, I just like seeing him run after him but never actually catch him, even though he's right there. These people, I swear, they're blind or dumb. I don't know. But yeah, so the Ark challenge was fun, but I ended up, because I never made that into a video, I ended up spending, like, I would spend 10 hours every Saturday recording footage because I needed 100 hours worth of footage because it was a 100-day challenge, and each day in Ark is an hour of real life time. And I think actually it might have been more because I had my like days set to last longer. But yeah, and I was doing this on Aberration too, which is a notoriously difficult map. Oh, another thing that happened was whenever I was trying to tame rock drakes, which if you're not familiar with Ark, rock drakes are on the map Aberration, you can't have flying dinos, but rock drakes aren't flyers, they are gliders, so they're a very useful dino to have. And normally all you have to do to get one, well, all you have to do, it's difficult. You have to tame a dino that can protect you and then go and steal an egg. And that can be quite a mess, but oh my darn controller again. Ugh. But so because of the alpha thing, they weren't laying normal eggs. They were laying like what looked like T-Rex eggs, and then it said alpha rock drake egg. And when I tried to hatch it, nothing came out. Like the egg incubated and broke. Is she walking up to me? No. Ooh, she's a vampire. Yeah, the egg incubated and like hatched, broke open, but nothing came out of it. So I couldn't get rock drakes. So just like a couple things happened that I never would have seen coming. And I think it would have made a good video, and maybe someone who does Ark challenge videos can do it instead. But maybe somebody has done it, I just haven't found it. Because whenever I was planning that video, I looked to see if anyone had already done it, and I didn't find anything. But, oh, this is pretty. It's a glowworm cave. Oh, I want to see one of these in real life, though I hear they're not as amazing as they seem in pictures. But this is really nice. At least I can enjoy it in the game, if nothing else. But yeah, so that was the first type of video that I tried to make, but basically I realized if I was going to be, or I did not want to be spending months on a single video, because if I'm only able to record like on Saturdays, and then I would spend the weekdays editing down, that was going to take me 10 weeks just for the recording, and then possibly more for the editing and script writing and stuff like that. So I did not want to be spending months on a single video, because that wasn't good for my ADHD. So I scrapped that idea after like 8 hours of filming. So kind of a lot of time wasted, but oh well. You gotta waste a little time to figure out. It wasn't even really wasted. This was like a door, but I don't know how to get it open. Oh well. But yeah, that time is never really wasted, because I was just figuring out what worked and what didn't. But, you know, a lot of time to spend in one video that I never posted. But, so I ditched that idea. And then on this channel, I posted a video, which I've since taken down because it didn't fit the channel anymore. I was gonna do streaming ideas, but the problem was I was good at coming up with ideas, and also like I enjoyed doing the research to find more ideas. And the reason that I came up with this is because back whenever I was streaming games on Twitch, I wanted to do like a birthday stream, and I tried looking up fun ideas for that, but pretty much people only post ideas for subathons. They don't really post ideas for like birthday streams or anniversaries or like holidays or whatever. So I was like, well, that seems like a void that I can fill. I can make videos that help people with that kind of stuff. And so I made a Halloween one, and found out that I absolutely hate having to gather all the B-roll, because some of the B-roll I have to like find that some of it I have to make myself if I don't already have footage, some of it I have to find, and I hated that process. I really hated it. And also I didn't love the script writing process either. So I made that one video. I just pushed through to finish it because I was like, well, at the very least, maybe it'll help someone, and I'll just get this one video out, and then I never have to touch this topic again. So never made another one. Even though I was coming up with ideas for like a Christmas one, after I made that Halloween one, I was like, I don't like this process. I'm not coming back to this. So I tried that. Didn't work out. after I had posted it here on this channel and taken it down, I posted it on my other channel because it fit more over there with the higher energy content. But yeah, so I guess I made like one self-help type video on this channel, and then I moved over to doing that on my other channel and making like crafting at the same time so that I'd have, because I was struggling to figure out, I would come up with an idea for like the visuals of a video but wouldn't know what to put in the audio, or I would come up with an idea for audio and I wouldn't know what to put in the visuals because I didn't want to just be sitting and talking to the camera the whole time, especially since I do better with a script. Well, for these kind of videos, they're much better without a script, but for those kind of videos, a script was much better because then I could really better gather my thoughts and discuss say what I was trying to say without having a bunch of pauses and having to backtrack because I would like start. See, in a video like this, it doesn't matter if I get sidetracked, because that's kind of the whole point. The point is just for me to talk and talk and talk, and that is the point. But for a video like that, the point is to be able to get a message across. So for those, I did much better with the script, but then it's a lot harder to be in front of the camera, like with your face. Well, of course with your face, but it's harder to be in front of the camera and reading from a script because the audience is just gonna see that your eyes, unless you have a teleprompter, which maybe I would have been able to like pull up an online one or something, but I don't know. I found that it was a lot easier for me if I could just read from a script directly into the microphone and then put something else in front of the camera. So, but doing like crafting on the camera while talking about whatever I was talking about didn't really feel right. It was kind of boring to look at. So then I moved on to, I think from there I went to doing like Pokemon facts videos, and where I was making art related to a specific Pokemon, like fun, colorful, unique art, and researching and like delivering facts about that Pokemon based on what I found on Bulbapedia and in like other videos, articles, whatever. So that was super fun because it didn't seem like a lot of people do Pokemon facts videos, but not really about a specific Pokemon unless they're just like turning it into a short. And even if they do that, usually they just get their facts from like the trivia section at the bottom of a Pokemon's Bulbapedia page. So I enjoyed actually like scouring that page and scouring the internet for facts that were more unique and not just something you can just read on a Pokemon's Bulbapedia page. So, which is, I keep saying Bulbapedia, it's like Wikipedia for Pokemon. But so I enjoyed making those, but I realized that I was basically I would have to spend hours on a Sunday morning making the art, and then spend the entirety of the rest of the week finding, like on Mondays I would find the facts, and then I would try to compile it all into a list, and then on Tuesdays I would like write the intro and the outro, and then I would have to edit down all of the footage, so speed up parts or cut out parts so you didn't just see me working on the same like one specific spot of the painting for an hour. And so finally, by the end, well, on Saturday I would spend the entire day finishing up the video and making the thumbnail and stuff. So I didn't have time to record the next art piece on Saturdays, So I'd have to do that on Sunday, which Sundays I like to try to give myself off, but I wasn't able to do that, so I wasn't able to get much rest. And because outside of my full-time job, like, I spend all my time doing this. And so I was like, this is exhausting, I need a break. And I also did, I like was gonna get into making anime videos where I was going to kind of do like a dramatic recap or like retelling of, in a funny way, of the anime that I watched. And so I just thought that would be fun because I knew I wanted to make nerdy content, but because that's what I have the most fun doing. But I just could not figure out what I wanted to make. And I don't know, I did like the crafting, but I didn't like the idea of making like tutorials because those just felt boring to me. A couple of times I would make a project on camera and then explain how I did it in a funny way, like turn it into a really dramatic story. I did a couple of those, but the high energy content, first of all, it was taking all of my free time to make. But second of all, it was really draining. And making an art piece every week especially was super draining because if I'm just sitting in front of my computer, for example, making a video like this, then it's a lot lower energy. I don't have to like be on the floor, pull out all my art supplies. I can stop and start whenever I need to. Unlike when you're painting, because it's super messy and you have to do all this cleanup. So I enjoyed... Well, no, sorry, I'll get to that in a second. Wait, is that a tiny crab? Because there's the mud crab, but then there's like a little itty bitty oh, he's putting his arms up. It is a tiny crab. Oh my gosh. He's not a mud crab. I don't think I've ever seen a regular crab in this game. That's crazy, because there's a mud crab. And then here's the, like, sand crab. Oh my gosh. He's so cute. He's waving. Oh. Okay, anyway. Ugh, his antenna. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so the high energy content was draining me and taking up all of my time. So I remember one specific week, because I have a list of, like, a to-do list. I've got a running to-do list of everything I need to do in my life, and then I've got a to-do list of, like, just what do I need to do today. And on my to-do list, like, one Saturday, I wrote on my to-do list for the next day, just focus on a sleep video this week, or a meditation video, or whatever. Because I don't remember which specifically I wrote, but because that was my way of giving myself a break, was just making a video like this. And this was before I started my walking and talking series, so whatever video I made was just like a meditation or a sleep story or something. But making these kind of videos was my break from other videos, because I have a goal to post one video every week in 2025, and that's across my two channels, because I was, still figuring out what I wanted to do. But I feel like I found my place here on this channel. Oh wait, that's Castle I forgot. The vampire castle. Starts with a V. We'll swim over there. Like, I have a goal to post one video every week for the entirety of 2025, and that's on either one of my channels. And I feel like we're getting closer to this castle, but also not. It still feels so far away. We'll get there eventually. So yeah, so I wrote down on my to-do list, just make a relaxing video this week. And that's how I ended up moving back onto this channel. And another thing that I had done on my other channel was I made a game show that I hosted for my friends, and that was super fun, and I would like to do that again, but decided that my other channel is going to be my hobby channel. And like I posted shorts and longs on that channel. Shorts and pants. But on this channel I'm just focusing on long form videos because I've heard that shorts can, well, shorts, people who watch shorts and people who watch longs are different audiences. And I mean, I personally, I watch both, but not from the same creators generally. So I think that's why people say if you post both types of content, it can hurt your growth. So I'll post both on my other channel, but on this one I'm just focusing on long form videos. So this has evolved from being my second channel to being my main channel, and I didn't see it coming. This was supposed to be like my kind of tester channel where I just do things that were maybe a little bit easier or whatever. And not that these videos are easy, like every time I sit down to record one I get scared, which is crazy, but because I think, like, what if I have nothing to talk about? What if I sit down and then I just keep pausing the whole video and saying and I do say and I use but as a filler word as well, but well, I just did it. Excuse me, sir.
We don't suffer trespassers.
Oh, okay. He doesn't look like a vampire. Huh. Are these the gargoyles that come alive? Maybe just inside the castle. Yeah, so I sit down and I'm like, I don't want to record because what if I have nothing to say? And it was just crazy because I've got plans in place to help with that. I've got my random topic generator, which I haven't even actually ended up using for this video somehow. I guess I've just had enough to talk about, but I've got my topic generator. Ooh, this would be a good spot to shoot down some hawks, actually. Look at the feathers. I think I'll try it. We might as well. I know it's a little exciting for this sleep video, but it's not like it'll be loud. Man, they're far away now. But yeah, so I don't know why I get scared. I just feel like I'll pause the whole time and not be able to come up with things to say, and but then I record and sometimes I end up recording like a shorter video because I do feel like I'm struggling the whole time, but generally I have a lot to say and I've got plans in place. I've got my list of stories to tell and I've got my random topic generator, and then I've also started a note in my phone of, as I think of things throughout the week that I might want to talk about in these videos, then I write them down, and so that helps. But oh my gosh, I actually hit it! Dude, I am so glad I got that on camera. Oh my gosh. That's probably a bad idea. Okay. Dude, I cannot... I can't believe I hit it! I thought it missed, too. Because he was, like, still flying for a second. Where did it land, though? I don't know. This water is super deep. What the heck? I'm not gonna be able to find it. Oh well. It is what it is. But yeah, so I don't know why I get scared, but I do. But generally, I feel like I've found, well, this kind of content. Oh yeah, I remember what I was saying. So yeah, it's not like super easy. It is, but it isn't. Because I do have to fill 2 hours worth of space with just me talking to myself. And I guess, like, it's kind of like what podcasting is. And I do have a little bit of help from the game, because, like, sometimes I can just talk about what I'm seeing, but also I don't like to do that too often, because then I know if I was, like, listening to this video and, or, you know, say it's not me. I'm not the one. It's not my video. It's like somebody else's video who's doing this. If I was listening to them tell a story and then all of a sudden they go, oh my gosh, look at that, then I would, like, my sleep would feel interrupted, because then I would be like, I'd have to open my eyes and look at what they're talking about. So I try not to do that too often. Although sometimes I do, because I don't want to just, like, walk past something and then if you're actively watching and you're like, I can't believe she didn't comment on that. Because, like, some things deserve a comment. But generally, these videos, they do take a while to edit because there's so much footage to go through. But I put the recording on 2x speed and just, like, go through, and if I made a weird sound, if I, like, sniffled or something, I cut it out. If I yawned, generally I try to cut out my yawns, though sometimes I leave them in, because I'm like, literally listening to my own video makes me yawn, because every time I yawn in the recording, I yawn in real life, or in listening to the recording, and which is kind of ridiculous. But that's my life. So it does take a while to record just because of how long these videos are, but the recording's a whole lot easier and still generally quicker, because all I have to do is cut the audio at certain places, or, like, smooth a transition if I took a pause, like if I stepped away or something. So I don't have to add any crazy visuals or effects or sound effects or anything like that. I don't even have to really write an intro because I have my one specific intro that I just give at the beginning of all of these videos. I feel like it's pretty solid, and then I throw in a new nice thing that I say at the beginning, because, like, I always like to mention I want you to know that you're safe here. I like to say that because I feel like that's important. It's important to establish this as a safe space. But then the other thing that I say, because I always say something after that, like, I want you to know that you're safe here and blank. I always change that one because I just like to deliver a new, like, special message every week. But yeah, other than that, I don't have to really write anything or change anything for the intro. Ugh, the Thalmor. I don't have to change anything for the intro, and I don't have to script anything for these. All I have to do is just say what's on my mind, bring up my talking points, and I can just blabber on and on and on. And so I guess with my ADHD especially, I was kind of made for this. And I guess my voice is calm enough to fit. And as long as I can not get too excited about things and stay kind of quiet, then it works out. But other than the fact that the editing takes a while, just the rest of all of this, the recording, of course, you know, it takes, like, for example, I try to shoot for about 2 hours for my videos to make sure you have plenty of time to fall asleep. It's just that they're plenty long enough. So the recording, say, it takes about 2 hours. Editing, let's say like an hour and a half, because if I'm at 2x speed through the recording, then I can get through the recording in half the time, but then I have to pause and take things out. And so let's say like an hour and a half, and then it takes me like maybe 15 minutes for the thumbnail. I have to write a title and description, so an extra like 30 to 45 minutes in total for all of that. Then I end up I'm only spending like 4 to 5 hours a week for each of these videos as compared to having to put every free second that I had into the high energy videos that I was making before, especially with the script writing. Man, I learned that I do not like script writing. Also, what is going on here? Is he hunting the skeevers? Oh, that skeever looks diseased. I don't know what's happening here, why they're running back and forth. But yeah, so I end up with a lot more freedom making videos like this. And I would like to take that freedom and turn it into being able to post 2 videos a week. But lately my life's gotten a bit more busy. So what the freedom has given me is the ability to do the things in my life that I need to do, like run errands, see people, etc. But I would like to first get ahead on making these so that if I need to take time off, if I get sick or take a vacation or something, then I don't have to miss an upload. But once I get a bit ahead, I would like to go back to posting 2 videos a week. And I was doing that for a little bit on this channel, but only for like 2 weeks. Because it's just, the hardest thing is finding uninterrupted recording time. Because I don't like to record pieces at a time, like an hour here and an hour on another day, because I feel worried that I will come at them with different energies if I'm not recording the whole thing at once. Like one day I'll talk more calmly and then another day I'll be more energetic on accident, just like louder, whatever, just because I'm not like on a roll anymore. So I try to, or so far I have maintained being able to record the whole video at once. And sometimes, like with last week's video, sometimes it means that I end up with a shorter video because maybe that day I'm not really feeling able to, I try, but 1 hour video is better than not recording at all because I'm not able to, or recording bad content, because I don't want to record 2 hours of video if it's 2 hours of bad content. That man is sitting on nothing. So, and I don't want to come at it on 2 different days because I'm worried about the energy. Thank you for the cheese. So that's just kind of where I'm at. And I might get to the point where I have to record, if I want to do 2 videos a week, it may require recording on 2 different days. And I mean, it's kind of like with this week, I thought that I was going to be able to record a video on Saturday and then a video on Sunday. But as it turns out, my footage from Saturday was messed up, and so I ended up just having to re-record today, which is okay. But if I want to get ahead on my recording or on my videos, then it's going to mean that I have to probably do split recordings on the weekdays, because it's hard to get 2 hours on a weekday to just sit here and talk to myself. So it is what it is. You just learn how to tackle these problems one at a time. And every week I try to make my videos better. Sometimes I don't know where to improve, because especially with content like this, there's not a lot of people doing similar stuff. There are definitely people out there. I mean, I've talked about the people that inspired me. Like, specifically these walking and talking videos were inspired by 2 specific different people. Benjamin Bennett makes videos that he actually titles Walking and Talking, and it's him walking around in the real world and just talking to the camera about whatever he is feeling in the moment, whatever he wants to say. And then, so I liked that, but on its own I wasn't going to do anything with that. But, oh, what happened here? But then I came across this channel called, well, the channel name is Madmorph, and he makes gaming videos to help you sleep. And you should absolutely check out his channel because his voice is so relaxing. He makes great content, and so I was heavily inspired by the two of them because I saw those two concepts. I was looking for like out of the box YouTube ideas because I wanted something that was unique but also would appeal to people. So I ended up combining the inspiration that I got from those two YouTubers, and that's how I came up with this. And I might not be the first person to do this. I mean, obviously, I was inspired by other channels. Maybe somebody else is doing something very similar to this. I mean, obviously, people are playing games. People are playing games to help you sleep. That's what Mad Morph does. But just like the walking around and talking about my life, my day, comes more from Benjamin Bennett's videos. So that's how I ended up with this series, and I'm really enjoying this series. It's like my therapy. But yeah, I think that I'm happy. I'm happy with the way that things are going so far. And oh, I remember what I was saying. Because I try to make my videos better every time I post a new one. But because not a lot of people are doing similar to this, like a lot of people have higher energy content. And I love high energy content. I love being made to laugh and like being kept entertained. So, but it's different from what I'm trying to do here because I have to keep my content not too exciting but still engaging enough that, you know, I keep your brain busy. So it's kind of hard to figure out what to do better because I don't have a lot of examples to look at. And I do have some. There are definitely people out there besides even just the two that I mentioned who are doing things like this. What is the story here? What happened to him? Poor guy. But yeah, so it can be hard to figure out how to improve, but I'm still doing my best. I end up watching my own videos back over and over again, trying to figure out, okay, well, where could I improve? Do I need to cut out more times that I said but or like but or whatever? But I did it again. But overall, I feel happy with the direction that things are going, and I think that I'm getting better every week, every day even, and I hope that you enjoy what I'm doing here. But I think this is a good place to stop by this little flag. I want you to know that I genuinely do appreciate you being here very, very, very much. You are why I do this, and you are how I'm able to keep doing this. So I love you. I do, and I wouldn't be here without you. So thank you for supporting me, for letting me continue to make my silly little videos, and thank you for listening to me. I hope you have a wonderful night or day, whatever time it is. Hope you're able to get some good sleep. And thank you. Good night.